Ooh. Welcome, Rexport. We are early again. We stay winning. Be back in like 5. Do it. Do it. We stay winning. Рукавики напрям. Ах. Oh, okay, what do I want to listen to? What am I trying to do? I got it. Now we're talking. Alapin. Horrible start. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I think I'm supposed to take here. I don't remember if I play knight c6 before or after I take. Something like this. And now this push is bad, I think is what it was. But okay. Okay. Fine position. Just not going to be greedy. Why am I dumb? I've fallen for this so many times. I've fallen for that same tactic so many times. It's so simple. Just don't play into it. Okay, it's fine. Hello, Vleppy. I've fallen for that tactic so many times. I've got to get my Alapin theory in order. I really just don't know it well enough yet. And so I'm constantly falling for these tricks and just playing bad chess. You know what? Sure. I'll play the pawn down endgame. Okay, how you doing? Watch this chess game, not great. No. I'm doing okay. I failed my first midterm, which is nice. I love that for me. And that put me in a state of some distress. But it'll be okay. And otherwise, I'm having a pretty good day and slash week. So like everything but that is fun. Most everything but that is fun. Have a first midterm on the 11th. Yeah. Well, I didn't fail my first midterm. I failed my first midterm. So it was the first time I failed a midterm, not the first midterm I ever took that I failed. So the wording was a little bit ambiguous there, but so this was the first midterm I failed, but it was like my billionth midterm I actually took. That was for marketing class too. That's like, if you had told me at the start of this year to guess which class I would fail, marketing would not have been my guess. That's a subject I feel particularly strong in. So. Man, I failed a bunch of exams this year. Getting numb to it. I hope not. Actually, it sounds kind of mean. Not what I meant. I don't want to play this. Got a new webcam? No. I just bumped this one. Just bought Liza P. Pretty good. Oh, yeah? Oh, that's too low. I bumped my webcam when I was setting up today. I do that sometimes accidentally. Normally, I remember to fix it before I go live, but I did not remember to fix it before I go live. Liza P is horrifically overpriced. I played a pretty good indie game. As the most recent game I played, I finished it. I really enjoyed it. I plan on trying to write a review for it just because I have a lot to say and because I want to get better at expressing my thoughts. I thought it looked pretty new. Maybe it's the lighting plus the amazing hair. Bioshock Immortal for €5, and that's a good deal. Well, yeah, but that's not quite a fair comparison, Rexplorer. That's an older game. Not saying Liza P is a particularly good deal. I'm just saying. Again, I haven't played Liza P, but still a good deal. Oh, well, yeah, true. True. Again, I wasn't denying the deal nature. I was just... Yeah, I'm just saying. Just Bloodborne, but not as good. Ooh. Never played Bloodborne either, so cannot confirm. 240 USD. They're selling CS knife for about 500 sometime back. You sold a CS knife for 500? Sheesh. Maybe there is a reason everybody plays CSGO. Wait, I thought Liza P was not full priced. Also, this is dumb. Why did I give him an exchange? Thought Liza P was like a... I mean... Bloodborne is so good. I've heard good things. I intend to play it at some point. Sheesh. I do intend to play Bloodborne at some point. There's just so many games to play. So many games to play. So I'm working through it. Peak Lovecraftian adaptation? I mean, Souls-like is a good genre for Lovecraft, I would expect. Like, it's a good genre to adapt Lovecraft to. Again, Bloodborne is probably the Souls-like I'd enjoy most if I was to look at it. I don't know. $47. Man, I spent $15 on an indie game and I felt guilty. Now, the indie game was incredible, but also had some glaring weaknesses. It's very interesting. Cosmic Horror, and that's sick. I know. I love Cosmic Horror as a genre. It's such a difficult one to adapt. How you been? Have you been good? I've been mixed. I've been mixed. So mad that's PlayStation exclusive. Oh yeah, for sure. That's one of gaming's great tragedies. Is Bloodborne being PlayStation exclusive. Ugh, he gets check. Just failed a midterm. Gothic horror is also a very good way to adapt cosmic horror. Let's go here. I'm gonna play this first because I think the knight's better on the square. I have no trash to talk. There's always some trash to talk. Nero, welcome back. I'm busy losing a chess game. That looks like a very good move. Oh, that's horrible, Norwegian. Ew. Oh yeah, I always forget. Oh, usually my bot kicks me out of the stream at the start of stream. Because I always have it test my queue at the start just to make sure everything's turned on. Oh, that's horrible. Terrible. Learning math could not be me. I know, right? Cringe. Just pass on the good graces of your teacher like the rest of us. Terrible position. I'm just playing bad chess right now. Is my knight getting trapped? Almost, but not quite. Wait, does law have no math? Man, I should have picked law. Worst part is I don't even have time for math anymore. I picked it because I figured I was going to go into STEM. Now I'm increasingly unsure if I want to go into STEM. Have you decided that you want to go in a more political science direction? Because I remember you mentioning that that was a conflict you were having, is that you weren't sure if you wanted to go into STEM or political science. Don't go into STEM, it's cringe. Very rational. I like the levels of critical thinking we apply to any given topic. I think that makes me so very proud of this community. Law or economics. Interesting. Well, economics has math too. Aw, fun police. Boo. Just gonna push the pawn. Did you see what I sent in the Discord? No, I didn't. Ooh, watch streak. Can't stop watching. Crazy. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Who wants to be like that? Set up a stalemate? What do you think I'm doing? Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go, Rex 4. No in chat? Oh, wait. I don't think I did. I learned the Scotch with the Potter variation, and I learned the Scandinavian. Scotch is good. The Scandinavian, I don't like the Scandi. I just don't. 5 years engineering just to make like 700,000 a year or 70,000 a year. Well, yeah, because you like the work. I mean, that's a pretty valid reason in my opinion. It's goofy. I like goofy chess. You know, fair enough. I can't be that critical of the Scandi. Clearly it works for some people. I just can't imagine myself ever playing it. Need food, be back later? Do it. Yeah, but like, okay, so an economics degree, what job are you going to get that's going to pay more? Where are you, Queenside Castle? Yeah, but don't you usually lose that war? Isn't that kind of part of the problem? I'm going to study physics. I didn't say that. Norwegian said that. I could ban him if you want. No, I'm kidding. I could ban him. I mean, I could do that if we needed to for hate speech. Right. Engineering. Hold on, better. Talk some philosophical topic, please. I know, right? It's too practical for me. Yeah, it was definitely him. Yeah, for sure. I was not involved. Because I went to vocational studies and studied being an electrician and further into automation. Now only works 4 to 6 weeks and is traveling all over the world doing small cool submarines, and I'm jealous. That does sound pretty cool. I would rematch you, Ivan, because I think I can beat you. However, I must start playing with people in chat. Sad part is kind of right. Oh, I know. I still have no idea what I want to do for a job. I've been in denial about it for a while. But it's fun. My Kant was cringe. Bro, I can't even. I would apologize, but I'm not sorry. I'm down a piece already in this game. It doesn't really matter. Bro, is German? What even is that? I know, right? It's ridiculous. Yeah, you can't do puns here. You know, I'm gonna bite into the sour apple and do a fun year and study politics and philosophy year. And if I'm going to school with a bunch of socialists, then so be it. Oh my gosh. Not to get political, but what even is a German? Oh wait, that is actually kind of political. Hold on a second, time out. Homies, you're first. I just low key. I'm doing my college partially for my own learning, but mostly to get a degree. And I'm low key hoping that something falls into my lap before I graduate. But that's a bad idea, and I should be more intentional about what I want my future career path to be. I've had people tell me that, like, it's important to find. What are you studying? Economics. That it's important to find something that you're really passionate about to do, and that takes a lot of people a very long time. But it's difficult because people in my immediate family have found that stuff a lot. Have found that stuff a lot quicker, and so it makes it scary. Sorry, my speech is slowing down. I get very specific about what words I want to use. Germans, Norwegians, Swedes, Macedonians. What? Macedonians? Germans, Norwegians, Swedes, Macedonians. Why do I feel like the Tolkien Eastern European? Like the token Eastern European. Like you got... What? I make you fun of you, Norwegian. I don't care. Why Macedonians? Because I'm here. That's why. He's appealing to me. He knows. He knows. No, his point was his point was either world government or Europe government. We've talked about this before. He was just picking random countries, but because he's Norwegian, his random countries were Norway, Sweden, Germany, and then the guy in front of him. My point was no government? What do you mean no government? Bro, you're the second person today who's told me that they don't want any government whatsoever. And has gone full land cap on me. What happened? Did an influencer tweet something? I'm feeling a little toxic today. I don't know why. Some days, man. In Capistan. I'm feeling a little... I don't know why. Some days I feel a little toxic, and I think today's one of those days. What do I play in this position? I've kind of walked into this thinking, oh, this is definitely good for me, and then I didn't think about what I'm supposed to do afterwards. I mean, I still think it's definitely good for me, but, like, I have to know why. I'll take that. I mean, it looks like a clean pawn. My point is that the idea of a country as any more of a strictly judicial and formal concept. The idea that a country equals the people, i.e. that Norwegians, Swedish people are different, is one of my pet peeves. So you're against the concept of a nationalistic identity? Well, no institutions except for hospitals? Well, you probably need something for defense, Nero. You would probably need something for defense. Historically, countries that try to be peaceful get walloped, and so it's probably better to have something. Ooh. It's a take. Oh, other countries? Yeah, other countries. Who else? Defense from other countries. I don't trust goodwill and vibes. Okay, but here's the problem. Culture is so deeply ingrained into nationalism, and specifically like ethno-nationalist identity. Here, that's the problem. Is that if you try to do that, you're going to have to make a homogenous culture. I don't see another way around it. You're going to have to homogenize your culture, or a culture. And at that point, whose culture becomes the culture? That's kind of the issue with that. I get what you're saying in theory, but in practice, it always means cultural homogenization, which, I mean, is good for the people whose cultures are successful. AKA not the Macedonians. Yeah, it seems like today's nationalism gobble. To be fair, interesting topic. I'll take it. What a goofy position this is. Do you live in Skopje? No, Skopje is terrible. All my homies hate Skopje. I live near, I don't live in, but I live near Bitola. Way cooler. Skopje is where all the Americans live. It's so cringe. The levels of cringe that Skopje has are honestly kind of impressive. No. But you don't A culture isn't where everyone is exactly the same. A culture is where people share some stuff. You aren't a culture because everyone in your culture is exactly the same as everyone else. That's not how a culture works. You're a culture because you decided, or somebody has decided, you decide as a group on whatever things you want to be part of your culture, and then those are your culture. It's a little more complicated than that, but I'm oversimplifying. Shirok Sokak. Yeah, let's go. It's like anything else. Like, you don't say we're a family because we have the exact same genes. I don't share the exact same genes as my parents or my siblings, but we're still a family because there's close. You know, we're close. Continuing the family metaphor. Show the shirt? Oh yeah, this is a shirt a friend of mine gave to me because it's the logo of his YouTube channel. Again, it's not about being exactly the same. It's about having some similarities. Or a significant number of similarities. So you can take the Croatians, and yes, most of them still take holidays there. That's the most Eastern European thing I've ever heard in my life. Suddenly feel patriotic. Gotta go kick me from the queue. No problem. Bye, Nero. Thanks for stopping by. I mean, but then where's the line drawn? You've discovered the question. Dutch person probably shares more stuff with Dutchman who lives 50 meters down the street than he does in other Belgium. On the other side of Belgium. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's the question. That's why culture is such a complex topic, is because of that question. I disagree with this on a spiritual level. The line is drawn where we decide what country, even then it's not that simple. That's the problem. And, like, that's what makes this so complicated. Like, a good 80% of historical wars would be solved instantly if we could draw a line. But you can't draw a line with anything that involves humans, really. Today I'm in a hating mood. Today I'm in a bit of a trolling mood. I don't know why. I'm a little bit spicy. GG's, homies. This is a very calm, rational approach that you took against the dragon. It works very well. It's what I recommend if you don't want to learn theory. Can I play bad? I don't think so. I mean, we'll see. I have to go through the game again. Trollish or nationalist for today? Yeah. Today seems to be nationalism. But we'll see. It's only nationalism at the start. You know how things change. Yeah, but... Yeah, so this was... So far, it's all fine. This is all a completely fine way of playing the opening. I've said before, it's so complicated it doesn't make any sense because the common culture doesn't exist. At least it doesn't really translate borders. Well, world government is the only correct approach. No, because then you're mashing them all together. That's an even worse approach. Because the reason it's so difficult is because the different cultures have different ways with engaging with government. They have different ideas of what the purpose of a government is. Your idea of what the purpose of a government is completely different than that of a Macedonian, than that of an American, than that of a Chinese person. And that's the issue. The world government couldn't satisfy everyone's wants or needs for what the government should supply. Trying to apply cultures to borders is a better approach because it at least tries to address that different people have different wants and needs from the government. And so the problem is, if you try to make a world government, then you say, okay, this is the correct way for it to function. This is the correct cultural approach to government. Therefore, everyone else is wrong, and we are going to impose our culture on everyone else. It's called imperialism. It's literally imperialism. Say a Chinese person at 1,000 government, because yeah, exactly. But generally, I'm talking statistically, Norwegian. Of course, there are exceptions. Of course, there are people who have different beliefs. However, bell curves. Of course, but bell curves, Norwegian. People will tend to be a certain way. Not everyone is that way, and you don't use it to judge an individual, but when we're talking on stuff on the national scale, you have to take into account that sort of tendency. Everyone is unique and is capable of unique thoughts and ideas, but that doesn't mean that we can't generalize. We have to generalize. There is too much information in the universe. Outside of the average? That's not relevant. That doesn't matter. It's still the average. You still have to use it. There's too many people. There's too many people. There's too many data points. You have to use averages for something. You have to average the data somewhat. So world government is therefore it doesn't work. Exactly. World government's a terrible idea. Horrible idea. It's imperialism. It will always become imperialism. 100,000,000,000% of the time. There's no universe, ours or a parallel one, where world government is anything other than imperialism. Look at NATO. Not NATO. Look at the UN. It's horrible. We are one people. No, but we've agreed that we're going to come together as a group. That's like saying a chess club doesn't make sense because not everyone plays chess at the same level. It's like, yeah, okay, but we've decided to group together because we feel our group sense of identity. You shouldn't be involved in that. Government, also the UN works great. Norwegian, I'm sorry. I cannot express to you how much bad the UN has done. I literally don't know how to interface with you. I think it's because you're in Norway and the UN's great for you, but it's not great for people outside of Western Europe. It just isn't. I don't know how to explain it. Because it feels like such an obvious point to me. Like such a point that I don't even need to explain, that I don't understand how to word it. It's like trying to explain to somebody. It's like if somebody said, it's like saying, I don't even know what comparison to use. It's like saying the US discovering nuclear bombs was an amazing thing that helped everybody. And it's like, okay, yeah, but not if you're Japanese, right? It's like such an obvious point that is so clear that I don't understand how to argue in favor of it. It's like someone telling you the sky is not blue, or I don't get how you're supposed to even think that. Like Libya as a positive example of the UN. Anywhere in Africa is a positive example of anything in Western Europe, or Europe in general. Okay, have a great day, Norwegian. It boggles the mind. thinking a world government is a good idea, and then your evidence for that being, look at the UN. I just don't understand. Okay, so it's CXD. And the knight is not trapped? I don't understand. Oh. Oh. And look at that central control. That's pretty. And I'm preparing bishop a6 and like an e4 and like an a4. Ooh. That's pretty. That's fair. You know what? Fair point, Norwegian. I as an economics student, I don't know. Knight d4, knight xd4, bishop xd4. Okay, so cx is way better. But, okay, the problem was... government, because there's nowhere close to world government. You would make more sense, but even that has huge problems. That's my point. Is the closer you get to world government, the more obvious the problems with world government become. That was a joke? I hope so. Do you want to okay, low-key, do you want to know why a world government's a bad idea? Let me show you. This is going to be one of my takes of all time. Yeah, okay, let me show you why world government is a bad idea. This, my friends, is why world government is a bad idea. Have you all seen this? Have y'all seen this drama with the FIDE dress codes? Oh my gosh. I've been told by the arbiter to change. At tournaments. It's happened to me so much because I'll wear shorts, nice shorts, but shorts. I'll wear Bermuda shorts, which are specifically allowed in the rules, and then still get told to change. Anyway, one of the arbiters stopped me and asked me if I could change my shoes because they were strange shoes and considered sports shoes. It hurts to walk in those, and I definitely don't want to use my blue Burberry sneakers for sports. So these are the shoes in question. These are the shoes in question. How and what universities are sports shoes? I do not know. Okay, but then it gets better. Update. I got fined. This is absolutely ridiculous. FIDE Chess, please revert this warning. My shoes are not sports sneakers, which they are very clearly not. Official warning. You are issued a warning for not complying with the official dress code. You will be charged a €100 fine. Committing further infringements will result in not being included in the pairings for the next round. €100 fine for wearing these shoes. The FIDE dress code is delusional, to put it nicely. Believe you me, if I cursed, I would have some choice words for this. The FIDE dress code is delusional. Like, wow. Look, these are nice shoes. These are nice shoes. Can I... Should I wear then? Dress shoes. Whatever that's supposed to mean. If I said in my country, it makes me insanely mad. Oh, let's go. This is a drama stream now. No, okay, I'll go back to the chess. But I just like I've been told by arbiters to leave because I was wearing I was wearing faux leather Crocs and Bermuda shorts. Which is a bit of a goofy dress outfit. I'm not gonna lie. It is a little goofy. However, like, how do you fix that dress code? The dress code's insane. Dress code's completely bonkers. Like, I understand the necessity of having a dress code from the perspective of modesty. I think that's important. I do. However, guys, what? Like, why are these shoes not okay? Give me one legitimate reason these shoes are not acceptable. So I have an initiative where the government sends people into stores to check the price of a certain group of groceries, stuff like bread, meat, flour, milk, etc. Okay. Is it really important? I don't, evidently, if it's €100 fine. Slovenia. I just, like, I don't understand it. I am so confused as to how... I'm not confused, actually. I'm not. That's the problem, is that I'm not confused. It's ridiculous. It's like shoes help you cheat? No, I don't know. It's something about respecting the game and, like, being a good representative of chess. That's what they wrote down when they were announcing the dress code changes. They made the dress code more strict recently. That's what happened. Oh, why? So it doesn't work in the first place is that people sent have to notify the store at least 30 minutes before they arrive. Oh, that's dumb. The whole point of a pop quiz is that you shouldn't know it's coming. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. T-shirts. You can't wear t-shirts. You're not allowed to wear t-shirts. Come on. Again, I understand modesty. I understand I can... You can buy milk 60 cents a liter. More realistically, it's 1.60. Yup. That's so funny. Having to announce you're getting there, announce an hour before you get there, is so funny. That's such a... Oh, that's such a staple of this part of the world. Kilogram of meat for €1. No shot. No shot. Okay. See, I could have played this a little better, but the point here is I'm pushing here on the queen side, and so this pawn is weak because the bishop's behind it. So queen d2 is a good idea, but the problem is that it's too soon because of the tactical motif of playing b5. The computer's trying to play rook e1 and e5, but honestly, knight f3 I think was the first mistake. Moving the knight back doesn't improve your position. This does not improve your position. I would be considering f4 in some lines here. Maybe rook e1, maybe play a4 to prevent my advance, because I'm always going to advance here. That's the thing about the Sicilian. I'm advancing in the center, I'm advancing on the queen side. And claiming they're not lying or colluding, they obviously aren't. Well, obviously. 2024 inflation being on a different level. I'm not ready, man. Government is claiming that this project was a success because they look, the reported prices are down. Man. If I had even the faintest inkling of hope that I could do anything, I would be in government. I would be in politics tomorrow. So that's why? Yeah, but like, come on. €100 fine. Thank you so much. Schachlex. Shalex? Is it like a pun on Alex, or is it Shach and then like Lex? Like Lexi, like Alexa. No, I want to put an entire government to destroy people in front of a wall. So shooting? Yeah. I'm not at the stage where I'm violent yet, but it makes me mad. Anyway, but knight f3 I don't see how it contributes to the position. Right. Bishop e3 makes more sense to me here. If I take, let me take. Take with bishop. Not fancy enough? What the heck is this? Balkan politics in detail for long enough. Yeah, I know. That's probably why X4. You're probably right about that one. I think the color balancing might be off on my webcam. I feel like my hair looks green. Maybe I'm going insane. It makes me angry. Makes me angry. So bishop e3 makes more sense to me. Just develop now. Knight f3. Sometimes you want to push this f-pawn. Hello, nice cat. Sometimes you want to push this f-pawn. And so moving the knight back blocks it. The knight's just nice on the square. I heard a story, weird one. Knight f3 printed meat will be a thing in the next few years and replace actual meat to support climate change and animal rights and many things. There's actual thing now. I think I've heard something about that. I'm not against it. I don't trust it because I feel like normally we do that because we get really excited and then we find out 10 years later it causes cancer, lung, or liver disease or something, you know? I feel like that's the precedent. But I like include adding another alternative to meat isn't a bad thing. Here. And the problem is your pieces are just being forced backwards. Thank you, nice cat, for the follow as well. Meat requires no alternative. It's perfect as it is. Well, I mean, I like meat as much as the next guy, but calling it perfect is a little bit of a stretch. Oh, my webcam is still pointing too far down. Now when I sit up, it clips the top of my head. Well, it is. Man, that's something that I don't get about Eastern Europe. People here have no standard for what good meat is. Miss Knight takes. Yeah, I expect you to take on a6 because I played the wrong rook. I thought about going this rook. Then for some reason I played this one. I don't remember why. But this is clearly a better move. But either way, now we got this rook endgame. Which most likely will be a draw, but you have to play it well. And neither one of us played it particularly well. And then you gave me this pawn. You have to... Okay, so here's the thing, homies. You have to realize that in this position, you must keep at least one, but probably two pairs. You should keep a pair of rooks on the board. So you want to trade off one pair of rooks and then maybe trade this pawn for this pawn, and then it's a pretty easy draw in game. Grass-fed beef doesn't get much better than that. Well, I'm just talking about the way you serve it. Like the way it's served. I don't know, maybe Slovenia is different. Slovenia might be different. But here... I mean, I don't know, it's just meat, but like... There's no pride for it. It's like not a main thing. You know, my dad swears it's a cultural thing based on countries with a lot of land. So like Australia, South Africa, America. I don't know if that's true or not, but... Well, I'm not a huge steak guy. Not gonna lie. But that's a texture, not a flavor. I love the flavor of steak. I just can't do the texture. Played Scotch, but I played different theory, and I was like, what's your favorite dish? I wouldn't be able to decide. I like so many things. But I wouldn't be able to decide. There's so many different things I like. It depends on my mood, you know? Like, I love a good fried rice, but I also love a good burger, but I also love a good pizza. You know what I mean? It's like, knight f3 doesn't improve your position. The point of this is this knight is very strong, and you can keep it there. Because if I ever take it, it doesn't improve my position at all. A side of potatoes. Did I blunder against Cormac? I played something goofy. I did play something goofy. Did I goof too close to the sun? I want to play this. Hello, Odin's Pawn. Odin's Pawns. Italy. Oh, I was just in Italy like a month ago. Beautiful country. Beautiful country. Had no theory? Well, you played fine for the opening. It's just, you have to look at piece activity, right? It's humanish. Oh, yeah. Oh. Nero is not here, which means it'll be homies again. Okay, well. My little brother is actually playing in the World Youth Chess Championships. Oh, strong competition. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Strong competition, that was. But yeah, it was in Monte Silvano, which seemed pretty touristy, but you know, wasn't too bad. Italy was beautiful, and the customer service is exceptional, and the food was really good. But I mean, everyone knows the Italian food's really good. Buying vinyl tomorrow? Good day to exist. That is a good day to exist. What vinyl are you going to buy? Yeah, you can't take this pawn. You can't let me take this pawn in the center. Just knight takes, and then you have to retreat, and I get so much activity for absolutely nothing. It's really rough. You just can't let me do this. I can't keep getting away with it. I don't like the creeping wave of fascism in Italy, but other than that, no complaints. Creeping wave of fascism is typically a negative. You're getting most perusing because I have a gift card. Yeah, I remember you mentioned you had a gift card. Oh, there's a lot of good albums out there, so. I think you'll be doing okay in that regard. You know, I'm a greedy little goblin. I'm taking that too. I'll take this. I could take the rook, but I feel like the knight's super active. I'd rather be in this position. Okay. Nevermind by Nirvana. It's a good one. I need to listen to a Nirvana project. That was fast. Do you think they will have the two Shame albums you want? You misclicked Knight? Don't believe you. You've been saying misclick for a lot of things recently that don't look like misclicks, homies. You played the Knight move? Well, you know. Gotta be a little goofy silly sometimes, Goddle. People, most Italian people are not bad, just close-minded. You know what? I could see that. I don't know too many. I don't know too many Italians, but I could see that. That's a... People in general, it's just hard, you know? We were just talking about nationalism earlier. Sure, no origin. Not no origin. Sure, homies. I'm gonna. C4. And you can't play knight f6 here. I mean, you know that, but you can't play knight f6. It's just already very bad for you. And then knight a5 just blunders a piece pretty concretely to bishop d2. Right. What the heck did you just tell me to listen to, Rexpor? What is this? In what year do you think we'll solve chess for 8 or less pieces? Didn't we find out that theoretically you need 8 terabytes of RAM or something? Who's your favorite music artist? So here's the issue. Basically, all my favorite albums are like one album a piece from like a bunch of different artists. So having a favorite artist is difficult because most artists I listen to, I have like one album that I really like, and then the rest of their stuff's kind of fine. So with that logic, it would be like I would be like Burial, who I really like. It was already transposed into Queen's Gambit. Yeah, pretty much. But this is a specific kind of like weird Chigorin thing where you can't take and you can't let me take. You have to play e6. Bishop b5 is also, bishop g5 is also, bishop g4, sorry, not b5's here. Bishop g4 is also an interesting, like, side variation that you have to deal with. And this is a fun position. I enjoy it, because the point is if you take here, I take here first. And then after, like, takes with queen, this is hanging. It's a whole thing. This is unhinged. You know what? That is a word I would use to describe this. And then it's like g takes f3, queen takes d5, e3, 5, and these positions get really weird really fast. But the most rational way of playing is playing e6 and transposing into a standard Chigorin. If you let me take like this, then you just pretty much are already significantly worse, because you have to play knight b8, which is depressing. This move is depressing. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is a little much for me, Rexpor. I'm not gonna lie. A little much. Was mine everywhere, but from tourist viewpoints, a great country. Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah. I did, again, I very much enjoyed my time there. And then that's just concretely lost a piece. It's probably the most extreme thing, or never mind. I would hope so. And then I'm just up 14 points of material. At that point, it's just over. The Owo King. If you make that unrated, we can talk. But I can't play rated against a 1200 viewer. It's asking for trouble. It just makes it easier for me to talk to people about the game while I'm playing it, you know? I've had accuracy for a 10-minute game. I mean, so they've been doing studies a lot, and it seems like accuracy is mostly dependent on your elo relative to your opponents. So if someone's playing way better than their opponent is, that sort of accuracy isn't impossible. It smells like Teen Spirit. I like Smells Like Teen Spirit, but that's least hot take of all time. Okay, let's see if a 2026 can figure out that you're not supposed to take or let me take. Hey, he got it. Good job. Good job. I'm proud of you. August. I'm proud of you. What are your other hobbies? Well, I'm kind of a computer guy. Like, I like fiddling with my computer. Like, how people would fiddle with a car. Partially, I mean, like, I use Linux and I just enjoy understanding how it works. I like tinkering in general. I like playing games. I like watching movies, and I like listening to music, but all of it, like, as critically as I could possibly do. So I, like, really try to think about whatever it is I'm consuming, because I just enjoy that more. I find it more interesting, more engaging. Watching better instead, starting the Queen's Gambit, transposing board knight f6 to set up the Indian. Yeah, that's the thing. I enjoy the ready a lot. It basically lets me dodge every opening I don't like while still getting the openings I do like. Other hobbies, I also run my local, I'm also coach at my local chess club. I feel like I'm missing something obvious. Oh, I also am into coffee in a pretentious way. There's no reason to apologize for poor English, Odin. First of all, it's not bad at all. Your English really isn't. And second, it's better than my Italian. So, because I don't speak a word of Italian. That's not true. I know grazie. No reason to apologize. I'm learning. I'm in a place where my second language is the one I use one that I use almost more often than my first, and so I understand. Coffee became way more utilitarian for me than ever. I am into tea now. You know what? Base. I'm a coffee drinker, but I can respect tea drinkers. We don't have beef. Me and tea drinkers don't have beef. No, I have not. I've never even heard of that. I'm college right now and I have to write so many essays, and I'm procrastinating so badly. Well, hey, I've got good news, Kat. I will suffer with you, because I just failed a midterm for the first time today, so woo. It's pretty good, funky taste. I could see it. I like some teas. It can't replace coffee for me, but I can enjoy a good tea. Okay. Prayers. I need them. It's bad. It's bad. Now, given that's not completely my fault. I am in a uniquely annoying situation in college, but still. What you plan on going to college for, Kat? Like, what are you planning on studying is a better way of asking. Physics. Ooh, physics. We just had a different physics major in chat earlier. Infestation of physics majors. Near where I work, and you just have a wall of T's and I pick one randomly every 2 weeks. Ah, that makes sense. You should have said that. That explains everything. If I had that sort of shop, I would do the same thing. Even though I'm not really into T's, I would get into T's because that's like super cool. What's all the physics majors today? I have no idea. It's pretty based. I respect it. I'm not gonna lie. You have a couple very good black teas. I like a black tea. Occasionally when I'm in the mood, instead of having a coffee before I stream, I'll have a black tea. So, I respect it. Anyways, thought on boba tea? I don't get it. I don't understand boba tea. I just don't. It's like really weird. It's like if I wanted fruit juice, I would have fruit juice. But like, why? Why are we adding little gelatin balls of a different fruit juice into my fruit juice? Like, I don't understand. Into my tea. Like, I don't understand. I'm barely on board with tea. I'm like barely on board with tea to begin with. But I can do it. Right? Especially like a good tea. But like, why are we adding little spheres of fruit? Because people like something to chew on? Then chew on something that actually tastes good. And then the other day, I can't have the tapioca. I can't, man. I don't understand it. I think it's just a gimmick. That's my honest thought. I think it's just a gimmick. People are like, oh, it's so fun and unique and quirky, right? And so nobody actually likes boba tea. I'm convinced. Boba tea hater, it's expensive balls of misery. Exactly. I'm in the same, but I'm glad we're on the same page here. You know, sometimes I have a take and I have to like defend myself from Twitch chat and it's annoying. But like, it looks like we are chilling today. This is nice. Especially because I hate the texture. Yes. No, the texture isn't good. I don't despise the texture. Like I could, but no, not in a drink. But why in a drink? Like it could make some good bougie dessert that you have at the end of a meal that costs too much or something, but like no. Future for your career? I'm very concerned. What is it, Rexpor? Talk to me. Commit charity fraud. Why didn't I think of that? It's so obvious. I mean, if we look, no one ever gets like faces any negative repercussions for committing charity fraud. Right? That's so obvious. I could just commit charity fraud. I have to convince my parents of it, but they should be down. You know, because I mean, like, life purpose, all that sort of cringe stuff. I'm sure they'd be willing to, you know, give that up to make a quick buck, right? Face any repercussions? Yeah, no. Charity fraud's a very good idea. Not a bad idea. No one questions it. No one questions it. We already have a good reputation. The problem is we just don't have the marketing aspect down yet. So, like, even if we committed charity fraud, we wouldn't even gain that much. So first, I need to plug my parents' charity as much as possible, and then I'll commit charity fraud. The order of operations matters a lot here, I think. Start making false statements. I can do that right now. Boba tea is delicious. Boom. Easy. See how easy it is to make false statements? Like that. I'm a natural. I am a natural at charity fraud. Okay. All this money goes to people who need it. I need it. Thank you for supporting my cause, and by that I mean me. No, this is easy. Why don't more people commit charity fraud? I think I'd take once. That's a good idea. You know, I was worried. Sometimes your ideas kind of, but this is a good one. This is one of the good ones. Not many people have that much brain power, like us chess players. I know, right? Not everyone can get it. It's a very ingenious idea. I want to evade taxes once in my life. Is that like a bucket list sort of thing? Is that what we're doing? Like, before I die, I want to evade taxes once. Why did I leave my queen hanging? That was pretty cringe of me. I didn't need it. I don't need my queen anyway. I have compensation. Trust, bro. Just to do it, you know? Yeah, just to kind of get a feel. See how it is. Maybe I'll like it, you know? Probably stop talking. Just in my will. No, in your will, it needs to be like, my last will and testament. I want you to evade taxes for me. And that's it. That's all you want. That's like the one thing you want your next of kin to do is evade taxes. Maybe a bucket list item becomes a long life passion. Exactly. Long life. A lifelong passion. Exactly. You never know until you try. No, I'm telling you, put it in your will. That way you can commit tax fraud without actually having to deal with the consequences of your actions. It's like, I want my next of kin to commit tax fraud with my with everything I have left to give them. So at that point, your life becomes a mission to collect the most amount of money to commit the most tax fraud possible. Did he just trap his own queen? I mean, he's probably still fine, but it's a bit of a weird choice. He's still up a rook, but you know what? I ain't gonna complain. Sometimes you're genius. It's almost frightening. Exactly. So when can we play again? Eventually. I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm a big fan of Crime. That's an indie band, right? That's like one of your indie bands? Crime? Sorry, I got something in my eye. Also Arson? Yeah, Arson's makes sense. Arson sounds fun. Crime in GTA 5. Yeah, no, this is great. This is an excellent stream. We are definitely not breaking any terms of service with this one. Twitch loves us. Winking intensifies. It's a Twitch. It's a Twitch. Get it? Because we're on Twitch? I'm so funny and clever. I'm so funny and clever. Just the sheer level of comedic genius present in yours truly. I have no idea what I'm doing in this game. Actually, it's not true. I do know what I'm doing. I'm losing. I should have a comedy special while I do this type session on Twitch chat. I would be there. I would attend. I would attend that comedy special. Boom. Look at this, guys. Winnable. Winnable. Yeah, of course. But you need to hire a stunt double to actually do the typing, right? Because you need to actually have pre-written, like, stuff to say. You know? You can't just, like, come up with your jokes on the spot. You can't do improv like that. That's not how that works. Oh, that's so sad. Hello, Prarik. So stunt double needs to do the actual typing. You will just be the face of the operation. And then you can hire a ghostwriter. Yeah, no, winnable. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you understand how this works, Kat. Pre-write stuff. These are type of stuff in chat while I cackle to myself. Ah, yes, the self-cackle. Of course. Well, that's a pretty mate. Okay, no. We're winning the next one. We're winning the next one. Unless we lose the next one, in which case I'm not playing rated chess for the rest of the night. Just like... I don't think you can hear the typing noises. I think I've too well blocked them out of my microphone by clicking 2 buttons in OBS, like the professional I am. And it's all on the projector behind. Yeah, but the... Yeah. So everyone can see exactly how slowly... It sounds stressful. It sounds like a lot of work. I messed this up already. I'm supposed to play e6 97 in this line. But okay, we cope. A beautiful stream of shame and Enchanted Snail came in and ruined it. Yeah, luckily that's not going to happen. And Enchanted Snail can come in and make it better, but ruining it? Nah, I don't see it. Seems sus. A little bit sussy. Sometimes I regret having vocal cords. The Rizzler. The Wizard of Oz. No. This is the most fun stream I've been on after rejoining Jessica video yesterday and after a year of disappearance. Welcome back. I would say we missed you. I've never met you in my life. But we can do the call me maybe thing, which is before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. Explain that one. That's got to be some sort of like destiny or something. So it's fine. It's just a call me maybe reference. So much has happened since you've been gone. One of the greatest chess players of all time has gone completely insane on Twitter, accusing Hikaru of cheating, right? We've got FIDE deciding that people having the freedom to decide how they should dress is cringe, and instead, like, everything should be controlled by big chess. That one's a classic. It's a classic. Kramnik has gone insane. Kramnik is officially off his gourd. Vladimir Kramnik is lost it. He's lost the grain. It's gone. It's over. It's so over. I'm not making this up. It's a huge thing. He got muted on chess.com. He can still play games on chess.com, but he's no longer allowed to continue his chess.com blog. And so he started a Twitter. No, did he start a Facebook account or a Twitter account? I swear he started a Facebook account. There's just so much drama there. Oh, we've been eating good in the chess community. And it's like Vladimir Kramnik. That's what's so crazy about it. Is it's like, what? Like, talk about nothing to prove. Allowing a banned player started playing on World Championship. Oh, the Stingen Alireza stuff. And somebody getting fined 100 euros for wearing Timur. No, I thought you were talking about the Alireza drama with him farming Elo. With Timur. Oh, that one's a good classic. That's a classic. And someone getting fined 100 euros for wearing shoes that the TO didn't like. Ooh, that one's hot off the press. Literally fined 100 euros for wearing shoes the Arbiter didn't like. That's a classic. And then, to make it better, I didn't even show this on stream, but Andrew Tate's brother would be like, wear whatever you want, I'll pay for the lawsuit. Oh, such a classic. Like, come on. ChatGPT couldn't write this stuff. I'm telling you, you've missed so much good drama. Hans being Magnus Day in the playing hall is epic moment 2023. I haven't even seen that one. I haven't even seen that one. ChatGPT can't write anything worthwhile? Well, I wouldn't exactly call this drama worthwhile, but that's beside the point. I'm telling you, there's so many classics in the making. Anarchy chess stocks at all-time high. Like, I mean, like, oh, these are good. These are good. I mean, nobody's joining Q today. Today could be drama stream. Chess drama stream where we just go over everything. Don't tempt me. I want it really bad. Recap. Yeah, drama recap stream. Don't tempt me. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll give in to the dark side. The dark side of Twitch. Just talk and ponder. Oh, yeah. We already covered nationalism and the UN. So we're already past that one. Now we need to get to the actual important stuff. That was the amuse-bouche. That was the appetizer, right? Drama alert? No. If I ever turn into Keemstar, literally, like, find my IP address and delete my router. Okay? Spilling the tea on the board? Exactly. Except I'm a coffee drinker. Oh gosh, not that tweet. Oh no, I remember that Rex 4. Why is the internet the way it is? See? That's the thing. That's the thing. When you ask why is the internet the way it is, there's a few ways you can answer it. One of the ways of answering it, and the one that we could embody here is, yeah, why isn't it worse? Ooh, that's an interesting move. You've got a good Twitter feed, Rexplore. It's a good Twitter feed. Interesting move. This was an interesting move. I'm not exact. I mean, I don't know how much I get it. I'm not sure. My Twitter's just very peculiar lately. Twitter in general is just very peculiar lately. Society's on its way down. Let's enjoy the water slide. Woo-wee! Let's go, gamers. Feeling the Cromnicus spirit? No. No. Never cook again. Never cook again. Yeah, the queen could have just taken that. Just in case somebody didn't realize how bad of a move I was about to play. No. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, no, we're closing the queue. Give me a second. We'll do a drama update just for y'all. Just for y'all. Don't tell anyone. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Okay, so I need to find like sources for this stuff. Give me a second. No, I have not. Very appropriately timed maniacal laugh. Okay, so I need to find some stuff. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, Vladimir Kramnik's Twitter account is privated. No fun. Does sound like a J.K. Rowling character, or like a Star Wars character, but from extended universe. No fun. Okay, no, we could find this. Eagles views increasing. Don't tell anyone. Just don't tell anyone. It's between you and me. I'm not even changing the title. Okay, we got this one. We got. Let me see if I can. I think I can. My rock post. My pop art. Oh, my dance music intelligent. Oh, IDM. I hate the term IDM with all of my soul. Okay. My dance music intelligent. My hip hop abstract. My jazz views skyrocketing. Yeah, of course, because we have turned up the content quality scale to 12. Okay, you don't understand it. Okay. We skipped 11. We've skipped 10. We've skipped everything. Here we go. Here we go. I'm searching web archive for Vladimir Kramnik, VladimirKramnikChess.com. Because yeah, all this stuff is deleted. Dear viewers, I'm a drama queen. Okay. I really hope somebody archived this because it's such a classic. Yeah, like we need it for posterity, you know what I mean? Not just for me. Like the people deserve to know, you know? Activity. There already was none. Okay, so it's been too late by that point. Now we're talking. Give me that, Bishop. Oh, yeah, no, those are good tweets as well. I like how Fantano made a video about those tweets. He knows. Maybe it was September. Drama philanthropist. Exactly. Drama is my true passion. Chess, that was just a distraction. Ooh, kind of spin though. Give me a second. I need to find an archive somewhere of Cromnick's blog. I'm looking. Did no one archive this? If so, it's like the burning of the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Same tier. Same like level of culture that was lost. Same degree. Same severity. Okay, I won the chess game. So the problem is chess.com deleted his blog. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I need at least a link to his blog so I can go on the Wayback Machine. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Work with me here, guys. The Hans Niemann drama's already over. I read the there's no more content there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. So first, the first thing first is the thing that we went over earlier is like low tier drama. Because it's not as fun drama because it's so obviously clear who's in the right and who's not in the right that it's almost boring, right? Give me a second. Let me make a better overlay for this. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, this is a start. So, one of the arbiters stopped me and asked me if I could change my shoes because they were strange shoes and considered sports shoes. It hurts to even walk in those, and Definitely don't want to use my Burberry sneakers for sports. Don't know how to pronounce that, but it's not relevant. So look at these shoes. Look at these shoes, fellas. They can't see it super well, but look at these shoes. These are not sports shoes. So, I have a personal connection to this case because I have been asked to change at playing halls before by arbiters for wearing shorts. And I'm talking Bermuda shorts. Well, Bermuda cargo shorts. I wore Bermuda cargo shorts. Bermuda shorts are specifically allowed, and so I thought Bermuda cargo shorts were fine. There's another Blobfish who streams chess? The world is a small place. Hello, penguins. We're doing a little recap of some of the drama because there's someone who's only rejoined the chess community recently, and and they don't know any of the cool stuff that's happened. You know? They've been gone for all the fun that we're having. So I'm just, you know, helping them out. So first I'm going over the whole thing about how Anna Maya here was asked if she could change her shoes at a playing hall, which I've been asked to change at a playing hall before too, at a event, at a bigger European event, over the board event, because I was wearing Bermuda cargo shorts, and they were like, no shorts, not allowed, not okay, you can't wear shorts. Which, I mean, at that event, I was completely within the bounds of the FIDE dress code, for the record, because Bermuda shorts are specifically allowed in the FIDE dress code. They just told me I couldn't wear Bermuda shorts because they didn't want me to wear Bermuda shorts, I guess. But okay, who cares? Just Arbiter hates your outfit, literally. And then she got an official warning. She got an official warning after that. Look at this stuff. Official warning. You are issued the warning for not complying with the official dress code. You will be charged a €100 fine. Committing further infringements will result in not being included in the pairings for the next round. Okay, so this is already hilarious. It's tragic and it's terrible, obviously. And like, again, I've had this happen to me. I haven't had a fine, thank goodness. If I imagine if I had a €100 fine, I've been told to change at a tournament while being within the rules. So I've had this happen to me as well, but thank goodness I haven't had the fine. But you know what makes this go from like a 8 out of 10 to like an 11 out of 10? Okay? Okay? So we have the tweet, and here Tristan Tate, brother of Andrew Tate, says, "Dress how you like, I'll pay all the fines." Let's go. I mean, how could you make it better? What more could you ask for? Like, come on, guys. Beautiful. Stunning. I'm just wonderful. And I don't think she knew who he was, because she responded and said, "Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I don't want to risk getting banned from the tournament, but I really appreciate the offer," with the heart. I don't think she knows who he is. Which, for the record, I hate this guy. I really don't. I don't like him or what he stands for. But, okay. So for the record, I just think it's hilarious that he responded and that he got a response from her. I just, oh, beautiful. And then you got like people with actual like reasonable takes, like Mr. Ben Feingold here. "Can you guys revoke the fine, apologize, and get on with this? Obviously, she wasn't intentionally breaking the dress code, and most people think she didn't. This is arbitrary, and she dresses a lot nicer than most of the participants." Which, again, completely rational take. Completely rational take. Totally fine. Then you got like retweets of the CEO of FIDE, which, I mean, if you've been involved in any recent chess drama, then you know that his words are not to be taken at face value. "Guys, sober up, please. The dress code is developed by FIDE Athletes Commission. It's composed of grandmasters, most of whom participate in the event, and yes, the dress code is important." This year may be different, but I'm wondering if, say about Louis Vuitton sneakers, for instance, they actually existed last year. "Not all sneakers are banned. Kindly check the wording." So not all sneakers are even banned, but these were banned. But again, we know. You're Magnus's girlfriend? Oh my gosh. Again, there's so many good tweets from this. So like, this is obviously terrible and horrible. I feel so bad for her. She doesn't deserve this. She didn't do anything wrong. And Fide's dress code has been out of line for the longest time. It's been getting worse, which is actually impressive. I'm proud of Fide that they managed to make it worse. I'm legitimately proud that they've managed to make it worse, but they absolutely have. Beautiful. Also, why is no one talking about how Twitch doesn't have a normal emoji button? Sorry, but let's just say don't have Twitch emojis. That's what better Twitch TV is for. Now, the problem is, on mobile, that's useless because, you can't really use it on mobile, but better Twitch TV and, like, Franker's faces and all those are helpful. So this is a class. Like, this is good stuff. And then she posted here, I hope Fide is happy now. I'm absolutely devastated. The way this handles now, okay, one more round to go today, and she's wearing heels. Which, like, insane. Why are heels... Like, first off, these shoes are legitimately a better pair of shoes, like a much nicer pair of shoes in my opinion than these. I'm not a huge heels guy. But second, it's so uncomfortable. Like, I can't imagine. Now, I have no balance, so I would fall over and die if I had to wear heels. Which, thankfully, I do not. It's fine, bad call. They're kind of sporty sneakers, but at least Fide clarifies what's the time. They're kind of sporty. But why are we telling people what kind of sneakers they can wear? Where are my shorts? Give me a second. This is important. Where are my Bermuda cargo shorts? 1 second. Okay. Now these are wrinkly. They were not wrinkly when I wore them. I wore these. They were not wrinkly when I wore them, but I wore these to a chess tournament and got told off by the arbiter. And the problem here is also it's partially the hypocrisy. So, like, I wore those to a big FIDE tournament and got told off by one of the arbiters and asked to change. I didn't get a €100 fine, thank goodness, but I did get asked to change, and the next day I just wore jeans. Which jeans aren't allowed at this event either, but that's beside the point. Perfect normal pair of shorts? I know! I know they're a perfectly normal pair of shorts. I know that! And it was... it was like... early September, but it was still warm because it was in a warmer area. So I wore those, I got told off. But here's the issue. So the FIDE dress code, I don't know if y'all know the FIDE dress code. Right? I don't know if y'all have read the FIDE dress code. I did. Like, look at all these links. These are all blue links here. I read these because when it happened, I was like, what on earth? So, I was in one of the events regulated by the dress code. Okay? And so, the dress code for players during games in progress, which is what was happening. The following is acceptable for men's players, captains, heads of delegation. Okay. So, included in this list is, suits, ties, dressy pants, trousers, jeans, long sleeve shirt or short sleeve dress shirt, alternatively t-shirts or polo, dress shoes, loafers, or dressy slip-ons, socks, shoes or sneakers, sport coat, blazer, Bermuda shorts. Bermuda shorts. Bermuda shorts. Okay? Bermuda shorts are fine. I looked up what those were. Those are Bermuda cargo shorts. Those are Bermuda cargo shorts. Cargo shorts are not listed in either category, so it's ambiguous. But those are Bermuda cargo shorts. I'm like, okay, Bermuda cargo shorts, I'm fine. Evidently, I'm not. But here's the thing. Okay, here's what, like, made a step over the line. The following is not acceptable for women's players. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Tank tops, clothes made of see-through materials, or clothes that expose areas of the body, usually covered in the location where the event is taking place. So, one of the arbiters at the event where I got told off for wearing Bermuda shorts was wearing what was effectively a tank top with semi-transparent sleeves. I don't have any problem with that. But that is a clear violation of FIDE's dress code. Meanwhile, my shorts were not a violation, and I got told off, but the arbiter didn't say anything. Again, I have no problem with what she was wearing. It was modest. There was not an issue with it. But, like, between the two of us, I was clearly okay by the dress code. She was clearly not. Again, it was effectively, now it was dressy. It was like semi-transparent sleeves on what's effectively a tank top. But it was like very high cut. And it was one of the arbiters of the event, which it was perfectly modest. It wasn't an issue with her wearing that, but it's clearly against the dress code. And I was clearly within the dress code. So, FIDE dress codes have been a mess for forever. Now, it is getting worse. I never had this happen beforehand. Now, given I was younger beforehand, and they are clearly more lenient with the rules when it comes to kids, because I cannot tell you how many like sweatpants I saw at that event when it was kids. But okay, I don't have a problem with being more lenient with the rules with kids. That makes perfect sense. But so the FIDE dress code's been messed forever. Now, this isn't even the dress code that they're using at this event. This event has a more strict dress code. That's kind of the bonus thing. If I can figure out, here it is. This event has a more strict dress code. Acceptable, no sports sneakers, t-shirts, any kind of jeans, which I don't understand why you're banning all and any jeans. I mean, I'm American, half American. So this is my American half talking, but like, what else are you supposed to wear? Like, am I supposed to wear dress pants every day? Every kind of jeans. Any kind of jeans. It literally says any kind of jeans. I'm highlighting it. Is under the not acceptable for men. Not acceptable for men, any kind of jeans. Yeah. And okay, here's another thing. Not acceptable for men, t-shirts. Okay? Acceptable for women, t-shirts. How about that one? Men are not allowed to wear t-shirts, but women are. Let that one cook for a minute. When men are not allowed to wear t-shirts, but women are allowed to wear t-shirts. Okay. Boots, flats, mid-heel, or high-heel shoes. No sports sneakers, clacking shoes, any kind of jeans, right? Boots, flats, mid-heel, or high heels. Okay, yeah. So only formal? Man. And so, sports sneakers, so specific? It's so specific, but yet it's not specific. It doesn't make any sense. It's specific, but it's incoherent, you know? It's like listening to the ramblings of the end is nigh person. They're very specific about what's going to happen, but it's completely incoherent. It's specific until they say revealing attire. Okay. Cool. Nice. Like, I get why this is here. That's fine. Like, you have to have a general clause like that, because otherwise people will push the rules. You don't care about your games? No, it's a cultural thing. It's a cultural gap, right? It's a cultural gap. That's what it is, which is fine. But, like, you have to just at some point be able to say that. Last I checked, heels were uncomfortable. I've never worn heels. Actually, that's not true. I asked my mom if they were uncomfortable once, and she had me try on hers. So I have worn heels before. They were very uncomfortable. I have terrible balance. I am not a good example. But you're technically allowed to wear flats. Which flats are not heels. They look more comfortable. So like this sort of thing. Right? Which, I mean, that doesn't look comfortable to me either, but I'm not even going there. Sports sneakers, t-shirts, any kind of jeans. The sports sneakers thing, again, this proves that it's like a cultural thing. Because, like, why? Yeah, no, flats and not normal flat white sneakers. No, no. But here's the craziest part. This guy is CEO of FIDE, okay? He doesn't even know what's going on. Because, look, not all sneakers are banned. Kindly check the wording. Sneakers. Oh, technically it's sports sneakers, but there's nothing acceptable about sneakers that are not sports sneakers. And what is a not sports sneaker? I mean, last I checked, a synonym for speaker is literally tennis shoe. Sneaker is like Midwest. Where I'm from, we call them tennis shoes. Oh, Anish tweet's going to be fire. Crop the sneakers just in case, even though they're supposed to be allowed. Oh, Anish is great. Anish is goated. Look at my man. Does LeeChessandChess.com become the same? I'm not exactly sure, Lucas. Last I checked, it was around like 2,300. It never becomes exactly the same because you can never exactly compare between rating pools. That's kind of how the rating system works. So it's never strictly comparable, but 22, 23 sounds right. Do we have photo evidence? Do we have photo evidence of him wearing white sneakers? It's so funny. Because here's the thing. Sneakers is, again, I'm fairly certain like the Midwest way of putting it, the northern way of putting it. I was raised in Florida and North Carolina, so I always called them tennis shoes. So it's funny saying not sport tennis shoes when they're called tennis shoes. So I just became 20 people on Lee Chess. That's huge, man. Congrats. Anish is great, but this is insane. I am very concerned. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh. They allowed these. Again, see, here's the issue. Because the wording is so vague and doesn't have any objective merit behind it, and because it's so weird and nebulous in the way they've done it, can we play in a second? Because it's so weird and nebulous and doesn't have any like wording behind it or any broadly applicable logic behind it, and it's just vibes. The problem is, I can tell you, it's two different arbiters. One arbiter, because do y'all know how FIDE events work? Do y'all know how FIDE events work? Has this been a thing that we've gone over before? So. Look. You have your tournament, right? Oh, let me just... You have your, like, playing hall with all your boards, you know? And the boards are, like, roughly split into chunks. Okay? And each chunk has, like, 2 arbiters at it. So there's, like, Arbiter 1 and Arbiter 2. 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 So the thing is, and then to get in, and usually it's one of 2 things. And usually the women's is like its own chunk. So like this chunk will be women's only, right? That'll be a women's only chunk. And you often, at the events I've been at, the way it's worked is usually women's has its own entrance. So this is the entrance for women's, this is the entrance for men's. Goes into the same actual playing hall, but it's a different entrance. Now, I don't know if it's a different playing hall at the FIDE Rapid and Blitz. I legit don't know. But at tournaments I've played at, it's been a different entrance for men's and women's. And so what happens is the arbiters here are checking, and there's arbiters here checking. They got like metal detectors and whatnot. And then you have your arbiters in each of the chunks. So Anish and what's her face, whose name I've forgotten because I'm very bad with names. Anamaya. Anish and Anamaya will not have seen the same arbiters. So this arbiter might be more strict about dress code violations than this one is. There's no consistency. And then they'll be playing in different chunks for sure. So there's no way that they will have ever interacted with any of the same arbiters. That's the thing. It's not even... See, it's easy to think about it as like FIDE being this... I'm just going to say it backwards, Cole. It's easy to think about these events as like one big chunk that FIDE universally kind of looks over and treats everyone the same and whatever. It's not, right? There's a ton of arbiters because there's a big events with a lot of people. You have to have a lot of people involved. But the thing is, you have these sorts of checks, and then if there's a problem, it escalates to like one of the main arbiters, right? Because there's only like 2 or 3 main people in charge. Most of these are assistant arbiters. And the people main in charge are usually somewhere else, like putting in games and keeping over a broad overview of the entire thing. So it only gets escalated if there's a problem. Otherwise, the individual arbiters make judgment calls, which that's not a terrible way of running it. It's difficult to find a better way. With that many people, it's difficult to find a better way. The problem is just, again, it's difficult to have consistency between anything, but between men and women's especially, because you have different arbiters for each. So one arbiter can look at the Anamaya stuff. So one arbiter can look at the Anamaya stuff and be like, oh yeah, no, it's totally fine. No, it's totally fine. It's horrible. It's not, we can't allow that. And that'll be their judgment call. And another arbiter can look at this and be like, oh yeah, no, it's fine. It's like 21, 24. Right? Because it's 2 different arbiters making the decision. The people who made the decision that these are okay is not the same people. The people who made the decision that these are okay are not the same people who made the decision that these are not okay. It's not the same person. It's 2 different people. This is even better. I didn't even know about this. This proves that it's hypocritical, because there's no universe where this is not a sports sneaker and this is. That doesn't make any sense. This is very clearly less sporty than this. Very clearly. Yeah, they've been doing the badge system. I had one of these badges. I still have one of these badges. I have it in the other room. Someone tweeted here, are those sports sneakers? So funny. Look at this though. Like, I mean, I see. Part of me wants to say that FIDE needs competition, but like, who would compete? So yeah, this is the most recent drama. This is the hot off the presses one. This is one that people are getting excited about. But it's a mess. Like, it's a cultural thing though, because I'll tell you, as someone raised in the US, and so I have a more American dress sense than I do Macedonian. Going anywhere here is a little weird because the way I dress is unusual. And so I get weird looks for it pretty often, just because I don't have the same view of what's normal and what's not. It goes the other way. Like, people here wear full tracksuits, and I don't have a stroke, right? I would never. But then I wear, like, open-toed shoes or shorts outside the house, nice shorts even, like the shorts I showed before, and people here have a stroke. So, like, it's cultural. It very clearly is cultural. But the problem is, you can't have that sort of big cultural difference that is very nebulous give out €100 fines at an international event. You just, like, that, if it's something bad enough that they're going to give out €100 fine, you have to escalate it. Because, like, her getting told to change for the next round is bad. I've had that happen to me. It's embarrassing. It really is. But, like, okay, you know, you move on with your life. It doesn't matter that much. I didn't make any Twitter drama when I got told off. Now, I'm not as good of a player as Anamaya here. Not nearly. Right? So, I shouldn't. But, like, so I didn't make a big stink. Because, you know, you move on with your life. But the problem is the fine. €100 is not is a significant amount of money. To get fined for first violation of a ambiguous dress code. This is ambiguous. This is ambiguous. And so €100 fine for something that ambiguous and that up to personal interpretation, it just can't stand. Yeah, that's the long and short of it. You can't have it both. Either have it be ambiguous or have it be €100 fine on breaking the code. Like, cheating stuff isn't ambiguous. Like, obviously you bring in an engine of any sort, you're dead, right? And so at that point, having any fine or disqualification makes perfect sense. Because it's like, okay, everybody knows what cheating is and what cheating isn't. There's no ambiguity there. This is ambiguous. Even if we agree that these are not okay, which I'm not even on that train yet, but even if we agree that that's not okay, she might not know that's not okay. So you can at least have the decency to have a warning. Like with the shorts thing. I wore shorts. I got told it wasn't okay. Okay, I moved on with my life. I didn't wear shorts the next round. Everything was fine. The arbiter gave me a weird look for the rest of the tournament, but I lived. I'm still here. I haven't gotten banned from any FIDE events. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? See, that's the most recent chess run. You've also got the Cromnick thing, which I can go over at some point. I might go over it at some point, but I'd have to actually find the Cromnick blog archives. I'm sure Anarchy Chess has it or something. Here we go. Okay, I found archives. I'll play again with homies right now, but I did find archives of of Cromnick's blog. I did find archives of Cromnick's blog. Let me read through these. Or skim them. Connection was lost. Oh yeah. Give me a second. The challenge didn't go through because I was connected on a different platform. Here we go. I'm prepared. Just.com Blitz rating. Give me a second. Okay. I see you've stopped playing Knight C6. Very good. I've always recommended not playing Knight C6 as early in these systems. I mean, I don't even recommend this system. I'm going to be honest. The Black Knight's Tango or whatever it's called. I don't even recommend this. But like, okay, you can play it. You can play it. Oh, we've done this. We've had this song and dance. I don't remember what I played last time, but this is what I'm playing this time. We've had a very similar position to this last time, didn't we? Although I don't think I took last time. I think last time I played Knight C3. Which also looks completely reasonable. Basically saying that if you take, I'm going to take back with Knight and be happy with the fact that I have a very strong Knight. But today I feel like taking. I feel like there's something to be said for taking in this position. Taking and then like A3 with tempo because I'm threatening B4, which forks the two pieces. And so then B4 comes with tempo and I get to play Bishop B2. Okay, that works too. Same idea. I'll just play A3 and threaten to play B4. I mean, now B4 is actually kind of difficult to stop. He's kind of let me have B4. Because you can't really take with anything anymore. Actually, you can take with Bishop, because after B4, then you take on F2 with... Okay, never mind. Never mind. Well, we tried. Interesting. Bishop is still hanging. I'm going to take with Rook. Just to get this Rook off the F1 square. Now this Rook can rotate to C2. And I gave him the Bishop pair. But I feel like I have some stuff in return. It's an interesting position. Very dynamic. Development is important. We need to develop. I like this move. I don't think it's necessary yet. Let's get this knight out. Never mind. I do like this move. The point being, I don't want to allow Bishop D7 quite yet. He has Homies is having some trouble getting his pieces developed, and so I don't want to help him. I want to make his position worse, not better. So I feel like knight e5 accomplishes that by preventing this both by threatening to capture and by threatening to capture on b7 afterwards. And I'm trying to prove the superiority of the knights over the bishop, or over the bishops. That's the goal of the position. Okay, well that just looks like a pawn to me. Unless I'm missing something, that is simply a pawn. Okay. I'm just going to go all the way back because I don't want to have to deal with any pins if I go to c6, which would have been my other square. e4 had some logic behind it. I'm just going to take. I'm just going to take the knight c3. Now he does have bishop pair versus bishop and knight, and my rooks are a little bit awkwardly placed. That is a problem. If I could solve that problem, then I would be in a just simply better position. Okay, it's a little scary, but the pawn on e6 means he can't play bishop h3 afterwards, and bishop b5 doesn't accomplish anything because I play king g2. In either case, whatever he does here, I basically always play king g2, and I'm okay. A little bit scary, if I'm being honest, but okay. We vibe. Something like this makes sense to me. Prepping like a rook c1. I really don't like his rook being on the first rank like that. I think it really makes my position much harder to play. And I love to get a rook to c7, a rook to c8, a rook to c1. You know, just overall, my control over the c file is one of the strengths of my position. It's something I should maintain. King g2 also happens at some point, but again, that's not urgent. I mean, that just looks bad. What's stopping me from taking and then going rook c7? Rook c7. Not bad. Do not mind this position at all. e3. Get my pawns off of light squares. Okay, well now I'm just up a pawn. Gotta be careful, but I'm just up a pawn. My king's a little bit uncomfortable, but I think I can fix that. Don't love this move. I think it might have been a mistake. Not in love with that move. Could play rook c3 afterwards. I mean, I'm never going to lose this. I've fixed too many of my positional problems. Gotta be a little careful, but not that careful. Sure. Let's play rook c3. I'd love to protect the pawn another way, but I don't see another way that's convincing. Rook c3, bishop e4, king g2, and we're making some progress. It's slow, but now the goal is to probably trade off rooks, because going into a bishop endgame looks like it's a better way to win this. Rook endgame is definitely bad for winning chances. Rook endgame helps him draw for sure. I would still play it because I would still expect homies to have a difficult time in this position. It's a complicated position. There's a lot going on, a lot to mess up. How to say? But you know, 4-on-4 with just me having an outside passer, it's not enough. It's just not enough. Another benefit of this position is the fact that I'm up as much on the clock as I am. Interesting. Okay. Check. I was hoping you would do that. He could have gone bishop back and went for the repetition. Yeah, but then I guess I might play a4. Kind of gives me a free move. a4 followed by bishop b5. Might have been a plan. Would have considered it, but now he's just... yeah, it's a problem. I will be taking this. Then I'm either pushing, or if you take, I'm just going to like retreat the bishop somewhere. Yeah, I push. And we're chilling. The bishop and the pawn work so well together. They're such a dynamic duo. They both guard each other, and so now the rook can't really threaten anything. So my rook can go on a magical journey over here on the king side, and I don't have to worry about anything hanging on the queen side because the bishop and pawn go so well together. Check. Then we capture. And then we go here, forking 2 more of the pawns. If he wants to sack, he can sack. End games. End games. How can I mess up so badly? End games, homies. How many end games are such a huge part of chess. I cannot explain to you how many times I beat people in even endgames. It's the only way I win. Let my stream load? No. I'm not letting your stream load. I messed things up a little bit. A3 is definitely a little over enthusiastic. I was thinking you could take with bishop even here. Don't know how great this is, but knight c3 definitely is better here, immediately threatening this move. Yeah, knight c3 is definitely better. I was expecting bishop takes. The point being that I can't play b4 for fear of bishop takes f2 check. And so you're kind of tactically defending yourself. Then knight c3, and now I'm threatening b4 again. But now you have a tempo to deal with all of the problems. So it's not the most clear. Back. So I was just looking in this position because I'm still, trying to figure it out. And so part of what I was considering was in this position, it was also possible to take with bishop. I don't know how good that is, but it looked reasonable to me. The point being I can't play b4 because you play bishop takes f2. And so knight c3 and then you play knight c6. So that's fine. But I guess taking with queen is even better. Because then here knight b3, which is what I missed, is that you have knight b3 at the end. Oh yeah, you did. I think you did very well. Knight takes, rook takes, bishop 7, here, 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 here. Now this was bad. Knight b7, knight d7, I'm sure I don't need to tell you, was a not good move. It just concretely lost a pawn. Maybe worse. It's just simply not good move. It's depressing, but you have to play rook b8 here. You play rook b8, and then you go for knight d7. Or maybe rook d8 first, and then knight d7. Because the bishop guards the rook even, so. This gets it off the diagonal, it over defends the pawn. Hello, Flaton. Flaton. It's like Flatus. No, okay. But this works, rook d8 works. Similar idea. Right? But you just... Going knight d7 just concretely lost a pawn. Now, I didn't play super well afterwards. This was a coward move. That didn't give me the g2 square to escape with my king. Bishop c6, I was a little afraid of this, but there's nothing here. I should have just gone for this and gone for the pawn up endgame. That was a mistake, or here even. This was also good. Keeping control over the c8 square. So I played a very poor move with my bishop and gave you more play than you deserved. a5 is very good. I like this move a lot. I like the direction you're thinking with this. Here you go, bishop takes, right here, takes. Now, maybe taking was okay, but I don't think you need to. The bishop pair in this position are so incredibly strong. The bishop pair in this position are ridiculously strong. I don't think you need to take yet. I don't think it's necessary. Could be equal to bishop pair, yeah? Yeah, and beforehand it wasn't, right? In this position it wasn't, because if I play bishop c6, then you no longer have the bishop pair. You just don't have the bishop pair. Because you can't guard this. So that's why I should have played it this way, or even gone bishop a6, keeping firm grasp. No, bishop a6 would have also been good. I played bishop g2 like an absolute dum-dum. Even bishop f3 would have been better. Just to give my king the g2 square. But just bishop g2 was just a terrible move. Bishop a6 and bishop c6 were both far more in the spirit of the position. But okay. Now here you did not need to take. The bishop pair is very strong in this position. This knight's not doing anything. This is a nothing burger of a piece. You play rook f c8. You develop your last piece. Bishop c6, then rook c2, I guess. Yeah. Yep. Or just bishop a6. I like bishop a6 even more. It prevents a5, and it keeps a firm grip on both the b7 square and the c8 square. So bishop a6 to me is a very natural move. It over-defends the pawn. I like bishop a6 a lot, but I didn't play it. I played bishop g2 because I'm dumb. But in this position, just rook f c8. There's no reason at all to take this. Your bishops are very strong. The bishop pair works better together. So getting rid of one, suddenly, it's a lot easier for me to deal with things. If this pawn was on e5, then we could talk, because you have like bishop h3 stuff after rook takes. But you don't in this position. Just rook fc8. No reason not to do this. Then I play like rook c, not rook d3, rook c2. And then you can start cooking. Like maybe you go e5 and try to be tricky. Because now if I don't play something active like here, h4, then you can take and then threaten some goofy stuff on the back rank. But and in this position you cannot be any worse. Rook b2. What do you mean rook b2? So in this position, I would probably, I don't know who I prefer, honestly. It looks pretty even. This bishop's going to be very active. Rook b2 for black. In this position, no. Because I just take it. And 3. Oh. No, because I go knight somewhere. I move my knight. You don't have a full pin. You're not pinning anything. I just move my knight. And it's the same thing as before. Everyone's playing for a win. It's really hard. Yeah, and plus it's very easy for me to mess up. So technically, I think white's the only one playing for a win, but practically, I think both colors are. Because playing the bishop pair in this position, it's very easy for me to mess up a pin, for me to get checked, for me to get skewered for something. Taking that with your bishop looks like an instant draw too. Yeah, but I'm up a pawn. So it goes from a complicated position where I'm the only one playing for a win to a simple position where I'm the only one playing for a win. That's not a good transposition. But again, just here, and then rook fc8, here, and then e5. The computer's saying something goofy like f5. I don't even want to think about that. Just play e5. Take control over the center. This bishop's now active. You have some squares for it. You can play some. You're threatening something like this in the future, which will force me to like e4. If I go like h4, you can consider bishop f5. I don't know if it's a good move or not, but you can consider it, right? And it's like position's getting harder and harder for me to even prove I have anything. And the bishop pair looks nice. It's chess, right? Here, this is the most drawish position of all time. You play rook takes c2, you take this, and you have opposite colored bishops. You're going to draw this 100 out of 100 times. So, a lot of ways of playing that, but yes. You messed up the middle game with knight d7, but then I didn't punish you well enough for it. But that's okay. That's chess. That's normal. That's expected. I'm not going to get everything perfect. Also, welcome to Ominous Monkey. Good name. Sounds like a Pop Tropica username. Anyway. Bishop takes was definitely not the right route, though, because now look, while it's technically objectively drawn, while it's technically objectively fine for you, It's like now you have to just play a pawn down endgame. Bishop f1, and now you absolutely should have played e5. e5 was 100% the move. Because e5 forces king g2. e5 comes with tempo. For all intents and purposes, e5 is a tempo move. Because I am now forced to play king g2, or I lose on the spot. I guess I can play rook a c2 as well, which I don't know how that works, but evidently I can. No, I can't. Rook a c2. I can play rook a c2 for rook c1. Because your threat here is if I do something dumb like I push the pawn, you go bishop h3 and I'm mated. Which is very funny. I've died to this many times. So I have to either play king g2 or I have to play rook a c2. The point being either block the rook or I don't allow this to begin with. But for this, I mean, you can consider playing bishop h6, bishop h3 check anyway. It's not good, but you can consider it. Bishop e6, get the rook off this, and then rook a, it's just like rook a8. Rook a8, rook a1, you take the pawn. I can't do anything really. Because now your bishop guards the rook's promotion square, and I don't get the tactic I got in the game, which is c7. Hello, Ronnie. Right, and rook c7, I got that tactic later because your bishop was still trapped. So this, the e5 is 1, it comes with tempo. 2, it opens your bishop. 3, it puts a pawn on the dark square. Remember, we have the same colored bishop. We both want pawns on dark squares because dark squared pawns can't be attacked. This pawn is a weakness currently because you can attack it with your bishop. This pawn cannot be attacked by my bishop, so it's easier. Can you play a game with me? I'll reopen the queue. Exclam join to join, and then I'll play you. Exclamation mark join. Not you, homies, you're being skipped. Sorry. Bad news. I'm vetoing your join. Nice try, homies. A for effort. Play the person first. I'll play as many people as I want first. You can't tell me what to do. This is my house. My stream, gosh darn it. What's your chess.com ID name? It's Alchemedian Blobfish, same as Twitch. Keeping it simple. Rook fb8. So yeah, just e5 here, very, very clearly the best move. Very clearly inspired the position. Rook fb isn't terrible, but it's not amazing either. I played here, which is a bit cowardly. I should have gone a4. I was just a little afraid of all this stuff and having to deal with like all this sort of stuff. Like this pawn at some point. Didn't want to deal with that, so I got a little lazy. That's basically the moral story. But then you let me trade a pair of rooks and get active. Again, still a draw, but it's now getting harder for you. Every move is slightly harder for you. Rook b3, very clearly to me, is the best move. Just take the pawn. I would say better than 1300. I've never been very good at guess the elo, but I would say better than 1300. Chess.com claims you played. I don't remember where I put it, but I don't know where it said how well you played. I don't know. But you played better than 1300, but for sure. Rook c3, bishop e5, rook c8, and then rook b8. You had to block with bishop here. Yeah, it's just not showing for some reason. Doesn't matter. Definitely better than 1300 though. Bishop takes king d6 and a4. Now you're just down a piece. Here you had to block. You can't let me get a pin. You send your game now, rapid? Yeah, go for it. Unrated 10-0 is usually what I go for, but I'm down to do a different time control if you prefer it. I can also send you a challenge if you'd prefer. This is a very weird position to have against Cormac. I'm strongly considering taking the knight here. Don't tell Cormac any of this, but I'm strongly considering taking the knight. Because I don't see what he does. I don't know if he's like playing queen e6, but I think I just go rook d8, and I don't see any meaningful threats. He can't take, he can't go bishop here. There's no checks. I'm pretty sure this is fine for me. Okay, I'll shoot you the challenge. Ooh, 10-minute unrated? Perfect. 1674. Okay, so you know how to play a game of chess. Ooh, 1753. Chess.com lied to me. Chess.com lied to me. Okay. When is next stream? I don't have a calendar up. Give me a second. And hey, if you want to play like this, I'm down. Where's my calendar at? Tuesday. It should just be Saturday. That's the 30th. I mean, no, Saturday. I don't think I have anything on Saturday. Don't have anything that I know of. This stuff you gotta be careful of, man. These positions are ridiculously annoying to play. As both sides, but I think especially as black. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm just more active here. Something feels wrong about this position. Give me a second, I'm trying to calculate it. Don't like playing the Slav black too? It's not the Slav. I like the Slav. Or I used to like the Slav. Slav right now is like somebody that I used to know. It's, ooh, give me that. I used to play the Slav, but I've kind of fallen out of favor with it. I'm a cool base Dutch player now, Mom. You know what? Let's trade queens, friend. Except that I lose a rook when I do it. What am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life, guys? I forgot. I had planned to play e4, but I hadn't played it yet, and so I forgot. Queen's Gambit Decline is just more solid, but it's also less fun. The Queen's Gambit Decline is significantly less fun than the Slav. That's just an objective fact. And so, yeah, you could play Queen's Gambit Decline and get a better position. Why not the Slav as much? Who cares about fun? Clearly not yo. Why not the Slav? Because I stopped enjoying the positions. I stopped having fun. And that was one of the main reasons I played the Slav as my main repertoire, is because I enjoyed the positions. And so after I stopped enjoying the positions, it's kind of like, okay, what am I doing in this opening anymore? You know? It's definitely a fine opening. You can have a lot of success with it. Dutch is very fun, though. Yeah, that's why I'm playing it. If it's not fun, why bother? Like Reggie Fils anime. If I'm playing an opening and suffering every time I play it, it's pointless. That's why I play like the Catalan and all that. It's because I enjoy them, legitimately. Uncomfortable position for me. Give me a second. No, I could just win a piece. What am I doing? Why am I thinking so hard? Why am I thinking so hard, guys? Just a piece. That was my entire plan. I completely forgot my entire plan. What am I doing? Like, that was literally the reason I played that move. And I completely forgot. Nice. What a terrible game of chess. How did we both get this high of a rating, Ronnie? How did we do this? This has got to be some sort of dark magic. Hmm. So I really don't want to play takes, because takes, king takes, I don't like how tangled up my pieces are. I have a really difficult time freeing myself. Plus, this knight is incredibly strong. So part of what I want to do is just go like here, here, and then try to escape somehow. Try to untangle. Here, rook c2, bishop d3, I get mated. So if I go here, it feels like rook c2 is his plan. But rook c2, king d1, check, king here. I don't... No, that's bad. That's annoying. It's very annoying. I mean, I can take a draw, but I don't want to draw. This is the classic Alco problem. I could just take a draw. You know, I go g5, he goes king, rook c2, I go king d1, he goes check, I go back to e1, right? I mean, it's a draw, the game ends, it's easy, we shake hands. But I don't want that. Probably should, yeah. But I don't want to. But I don't wanna. You don't understand. I don't wanna. I can't help myself, guys. I'm playing for the win. Should, shouldn't. Yeah, no, it's all kind of up there, right? Society cannot make me play good chess. That's the moral of this story, guys. Man, playing a Bobby Fischer on Ronnie. I don't want to draw. I just don't. You don't understand. I really just have no interest. Why would I want to draw when I could win? Hello. Somebody didn't think that through. And I can't decide if it was me or him. But somebody definitely didn't think this through. Yep. He's literally me. He's literally me, chat. That was a stupid move. No, it's not. I'm fine. I'm a genius. He just like me, for real, for real. For real, for real. Yeah, no. Very famous game. I know that game. But is this such a crime to want to win? Is that such a bad thing? Am I a bad person for wanting to win a game of chess? I hate losing. Yeah, but see, that's like the two types of people, you know? Some people hate losing, some people love winning. Rook A1 might unironically be his best move here. Hello, I've got 700 elo. Welcome, Madison. Really? I thought you were higher rated than that. I remember you. I guess I remember elo wrong. It's funny how almost trapped that rook is. It's not, but it's like almost. If he goes rook G8, rook G1, it literally is trapped. I don't know how productive that is, but it's very funny. It's pretty funny. Aw. No funny allowed. This is a funny free zone. Oh, never mind. Funny is allowed. That was a terrible game of chess. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Ronnie. That was terrible. On both of our parts. We both blundered pieces like 4 times each. It was impressive. This, my friends, is high-level chess. Rook d2 for a second? I did not blunder rook d2. The knight was on g3. It guarded the rook bishop. That was intentional. Feeling sleepy? Same boat. I mean, it's even later for you than it is for me. This is not prime chess hours. I'm actually quite happy with the way his opening went. Rook c1 is just bad. Honestly, e4 is not the most insane move in the world. But I should just play knight b5. That's the whole point of this system. I don't know why I didn't play knight b5. I'm going to be real. This is the whole reason I play this. Is because if they don't prevent knight b5, you get knight b5, and then this is all dangerous. Got my moves mixed up. What about e3? E3 is fine, but why play e3? Knight b5, what is he going to do? How does he stop this? Like, what? Seriously, how do you prevent me from just simply going knight d6 next move, or knight c7 next move, winning your rook? Like, legit, that's the threat. That's the point of this system. Is you put a lot of pressure on b7 and force him to waste tempi, and then you use those tempi to kill him by playing knight c7 and taking the rook. That's the whole thing. It's like an anti-London, but with reverse colors, it's even better. It's the whole point of the system. And, like, the computer's giving, like, bishop b4, but then I just play king d1 because I don't care. There is no move. This is already +2. That's the point. That's the problem. That's the problem. There is no move. This is already very bad for black. You go knight f6, I go either knight c7, I go knight c7. I just go knight c7. What do I do? What am I doing? The Slav is the problem? No, the Slav is not the problem. This is not a Slav. This is something else. c6 here is bad. Because in the Slav, you play knight f6 before bishop f5. You don't give me queen b3 this early. This is incorrect. You're supposed to play knight f6 first. So if you play knight f6 in this position, I went c4, c6. Now we're in a Slav. Because in this position, if you're going to play bishop f5, you got to be ready for the Glasgow kiss, which is this, I believe. And then there's a whole pawn sacrifice here after knight c6. But the way it happened was a weird move order where he skipped playing knight f6, and so it's no Slav. It's not a Slav. It's different. And here you have to go queen b6 and play into this, which is what I was hoping for. I like these positions. Right? But queen c8 is just incorrect, and I already have a huge advantage. This is part of the reason I stopped playing the Slav, is because I feel like it's a lot easier to get these lines with white than it is to get these sort of lines with black, and I don't enjoy those sorts of positions. And then he just gave me a piece, which is very funny. I hate the double B pawns. I know. I love them. I love the double B pawns. You want to know why I love the double B pawns? Let's go back to this position. Here, takes. I love the double B pawns because it's very barbaric. You go b4, b5, and I say, how do you stop me? The answer is you cannot. You have to play for the center and hope that you're fast enough. But literally, this is my plan. I still haven't fixed it. Literally, this is my plan. How do you stop me? And I love that dynamic. It's so barbaric. Like, you play something rational, knight f6. I go knight c3 first, usually. I go knight c3, and then you play g6. I can actually just go b4. And if you go bishop g7, it's also reasonable to go b5. Castles. I could play bishop. I could play bishop f4, or I could just play e3. And you just go whoop, and if let's play something dumb. I can go b4 with this pawn. And then let's say you don't know how to play the positions. I go b6, a6, and now I go b5. For another game, I'll try to play cities this time. Sure. And so then I just push this one. That's what's so fun about this. Is it's very barbaric. And like half the time, even if they do something in this position, let's say rook here, b4, b4, and then you like move the knight or something. It's half the time it still works. I don't think it works here, but it works pretty often. Like maybe knight h4 here. This makes sense. Knight h4, just to get the bishop. White takes on b6. You don't really have that same kind of attack, obviously. Playing with black and white takes on b6. Do you really have that same kind of... No, you don't. You absolutely do not. But the problem is if you take on b6 here, what you should be doing is this. And then you're playing against these two weak isolated pawns, but you don't have an open file. And so as white, I don't feel like you have the same attack either. Just tell my peak ratings. Hey, congrats, pigeons. That's the thing. Even in this position as white, you don't have that same attack. So it's not like So you know me as... You know how I play stylistically flat. This position is about the same evaluation as the one I just showed you. But in this position, white has less of an attack and black has less counterplay. So it's just a quieter position. It's just a more tame position. And I would rather have a more polarized position where there's more extremes, just from a stylistic perspective. So this is completely fine. You're playing for the same advantage as if you play c5 here, but I'd rather play c5 and play a more polarized game, a more extreme game. You know? It's a stylistic difference. These two moves are like a tenth of a pawn apart. You can play both of them, and both of them are completely reasonable. The computer is currently switching between them. It also likes knight c3, but knight c3 is good no matter what. So it's like switching between them. Because both are completely reasonable. But they are completely different. So the challenge? I have not yet. But they are completely different in how do I put this? In character. And so I would much rather play the c5 positions. Much rather. It's not even close. But there is something to be said for the queen takes b6 stuff. It's like equally reasonable. That is one of the nice parts of chess, is there is the stylistic variety. There is skill expression. That's the word. That's the phrase I'm looking for. That's how they say it in fighting games, right? Is skill expression. Ooh, you really should not be taking that. Well, he's gonna learn. He's gonna learn real quick. They always do. These positions are so much nicer to play as white. So much nicer. White is having all of the fun in these positions. Just all of it. There's no fun to be had here as black. What do I even take with? Knight takes gives him this, but I don't think he can take it. Taking it looks super duper suspicious. Maybe you can, but I do not believe it. I gotta just have like queen b3 there. And just barbarically go for f7. Such a standard motif. You know what? I'm going to take with pawn just to prevent the knight from developing. Just for the prophylaxis, I'm taking it with pawn. Because now he's kind of stuck. Look how much more pleasant this is. Look at that move. That's hideous. That's an ugly move. That is an ugly move. Bishop f4. Meanwhile, I'm just playing rationally. Look at how much more natural this is for white. Look at the development. Just the development. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. It's such a stark difference. And I'm castled. I am now fully developed and castled. It is move 10. Black has developed 2 of his pieces and is tangled up in a web of his own pieces. Are you a slow player? Yeah. Yeah. This position. I want to play d6 so bad. I want to play d6 so bad, guys. Such a natural move. It's so in the spirit of the position. It's practically begging for it. There's no way. Yeah, I prefer slower position. I prefer slower time controls. I don't know if you mean time controls or positions, because that could mean 2 things. You could either mean slower as in I play classical more, or you could mean slower as in I play slower openings. There's 2 interpretations there. You do not understand how much I want to sack this bishop. My heart is begging me to sack this bishop. It's like so right there. It's so there. I am like ready to sack this bit. I can't resist. I can't resist. It might be bad. It might be terrible. I can't resist. I can't, like, you can't show me this and tell me not to sack. It's impossible. It's impossible. Sack first, calculate after? Absolutely. Like, look at this position, guys. It's dominant. Look at my pieces. And he doesn't even take it. See, that shows. That shows that either worked or was so close to working that I didn't even want to have to think about it. And now look at this position. Oh, look at it. Like, legit, half of me wants to do this now, which I don't think it works anymore, but there's just so much here. This pawn is stuck in his throat. He can't breathe because of this pawn. Rook e7, knight d5, knight a4. He can't breathe. Strongest isolated queen pawn of all time, and it's not close. He can't breathe. People have nightmares about this sort of stuff. Actually, the stuff of nightmares. There's no universe where you can play knight takes, right? Like, I'm struggling to even think of moves because everything looks so dominant. Every move looks so insanely winning that I'm having difficulty deciding on one. Like, look at this, guys. Look at this position. This is the stuff of dreams. Like, what am I even supposed to take on f7 with? This is my issue. What do I take on f7 with? Legit, this bishop guaranteed wins in exchange. Rook, and I'm threatening to end his entire career. What do I even take with? It's got to be bishop, right? It's got to be bishop. It's got to be bishop and then like knight g5. And I just like sit on him. Give me that. And then knight g5. This has got to be it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What are you supposed to do? What are you even supposed to attempt? Then like queen b3 and yeah, it's just over. It's just over. What are you even supposed to do? GG. Okay, so I'm sure you've discovered something, Ronnie. You can't take this. You just can't. Do not take that pawn ever. This position, even if black technically is fine here, is miserable. It's absolutely miserable to play. As I'm sure you noticed. It's so difficult. You play normal moves as black and you get blown off the board. Look at this. Just look at this position. After like a6, right? White to move. Yeah, no. A lot of people fall for that. It's very normal. It's a very common thing that you get that I kill a lot of chess players for. It's a very common trick. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Flix? Because look at this position. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces fully developed, ready to castle. 2 pieces fully developed, all of your rest of your pieces blocked in. Full central control. Again, this d5 pawn. Why is that? This d5 pawn is stuck in your throat. It's like right here. It's got a strangle on you. You can't breathe because of it. And then d6 was me believing in my heart. Oh, it does work. It does work. And then king f8. My plan was just rook e7. Cowardly? Oh, what'd you say instead? My plan was rook e7 and then knight g5. Or knight d5. Like, I bring one of the knights in depending on what he does. And talk about compensation. I can't imagine any more compensation than this existing. Look at how jammed up his pieces are. Thank you. What'd you say instead of cowardly? Or did you just not try to find a creative solution? Look at how jammed up everything is. You can't move anything. Your position is just stuck. What more compensation? Like, I can't think of anything better than this other than forced mate. The P word. That's pretty funny. I couldn't have played e6. It's equal according to the engine. Earlier? Yeah, absolutely. e6 instead of c6 is way better. Again, that's why I said these positions, while technically playable, are absolutely miserable. Because you still have to play this. And then if you play e takes, I play knight takes. That's the difference. You can play pawn takes, but knight takes is better here. Because taking on d5 in knight castle, and this is so hard to deal with. You lose instantly. Right? No, your win streak? Oh, no. But look at this position. This is objectively equal. Yes. Like, you can't tell me you want to play this as the black pieces. This is miserable. I'm eating to breakfast. I'm going to go do that. Wonderful stream. Thank you, Flex. Enjoy. It is equal. But why on earth would you ever play this? And it's not equal. It's slightly better for white. But like plus 0.6. c6 was obviously significantly worse. It wanted bishop d6. Look, the computer's a savage. I played d6 instead, which is only slightly worse because e6 is forced, and then I take it. You only be comfortable with this? Exactly my point. So that's why I say you don't take that. You can take it, but only take it if I can't play d5. You basically just want to make sure I can never play d5 in this position. If I play d5, then you choke and die. That's why knight c6, knight f6 is also a bad move, because for the same reason I get d5. And again, these positions are technically holdable, but miserable. This pawn is such a terrible thing to deal with. It's horrible. It's just miserable. So taking lets me play d5, and then you have to play this position. And now it's even worse here, and then d6. Bishop takes e6, ends the game on the spot. You castled, and now my bishop b3, which is a little cowardly, but... Then rook e7, it's just... I was trying to calculate what you could play. I was trying to justify bishop b7, and I play knight g5. It's just bad. It's just bad. And then bishop takes was best, and then bishop takes, and then knight g5. And look at this position. This is such a beautiful showcase of what I'm talking about when I say pieces are jammed up. Everything is in this little chunk here. Yeah, this is a pretty good game. I've played these positions a lot, and they're very easy to play. The most difficult move I played this entire game was d6. And even d6 wasn't the best move, and 2 was still obvious. I have a rook on the e file, and your king is on the e file. I play d6. And I don't even have to take this. Knight g5 is just as good. That's the thing. These positions are ridiculously easy to play as white. They're so natural. They play themselves. As long as you have basic knowledge of how to play attacks, like as long as you have fundamental like attacking principles in chess, these positions play themselves. Knight g5 is such an obvious move because it's just like, okay, I'm going to play bishop takes and then knight takes. You're going to lose your queen. You know what I mean? No, I'm going to play rook takes. Forget bishop takes. Like, literally, I can take with any one of these three pieces here, and it's amazing for me. I can take this, and it's good for me. Like, this might even be the prettiest. Just take. And you're naked. Bishop takes e6, though, is definitely more flashy. Because, again, you take, you lose on the spot. Everything's completely jammed up. Your knight blocks your bishop blocks your rook, your queen is blocked by everything else, and blocked by my rook. This bishop is blocked by your knight, the knight can't move, this knight's blocked by this knight, your rook's blocked by your king. Everything is stuck together. Which is why knight c6 is not very good, is because after knight c7, I just have too much development. And so all your pieces are jammed together. It's inevitable that something like this exists. Bishop c4 I almost played, but I was like, okay, you get knight b6 or something. But you can't even play. I could just take this. I can just take this and play queen b3, and it's completely over. And then my next move is rook e7, and I'm going to take this. So I'm going to take one of the two pieces. And then I have like knight g5. It's completely over. If you try to do something fancy, I can just go knight g5 and take something. Rook d7. Rook e7 anyway. It's a mate in 11. It's so bishop c4 I was a little afraid of, but the bishop sack is like a sneeze away. The bishop sack works right now. I almost played it. The only reason I didn't is because I didn't see an immediate way to win. But I mean, do you really need to see an immediate way to win here? And if you take, it's the most miserable thing of all time. What is this? I'm up a pawn, but I'm going to play rook e7 next move and checkmate you. And if you try to play queen f8, then I go rook e8 and I pin your queen to your king. So I'm threatening both queen e8 and queen bishop rook e8 and rook e7. Everything wins. The d6 pawn is too strong. Look at this pawn. Look at this absolute hero of a pawn on d6. Sure. And the way I did it was fine too. I just aesthetically. I'm a very intuitive player. I play based on, you know, what my heart tells me. And so my heart told me that it must have been winning. And just aesthetically, it was just beautiful. I should have taken on f7. I shouldn't have played bishop b3. Bishop b3 is cowardly. How are we doing this? Bro plays the canal. More like the banal, am I right, fellas? Thank you. I'm here all week. Seem like an aggressive player? So I'm normally not an aggressive player. I really want to win. Like, I have a strong desire to win, but I don't really have a strong desire to win via an attack. I just want to win in general. What I would say is, I get aggressive when I feel like my opponent has committed a crime against chess. So, like, I look at that position that we were playing, and I see, and I'm like, this can't be good. I must find a way to kill you. You must die for this. You deserve death. You know? And I get kind of irrationally angry. I want to be judge, jury, and executioner on the chessboard. As long as you're playing rational chess, I'll play rational chess, you know? Guess I'll play rook f to d8. Yeah. You seem like a title player? Yeah, I wish. I wish. Not yet. One day. Oh, that was a terrible move. It was a terrible move. It's fine, he didn't see it. The reason that was a terrible move is because knight e6, knight d5, bishop g7, knight b6 forks the queen and rook. And so after knight d5, I would be forced to give him my bishop and double my own pawns. Spend your time, Flaton. You have time. Spend it. No reason to rush. I do hope for a title one day. But I need to study more for that, and at this point my life's not set up for it. Could be, I can make it, but it isn't currently. I have half mind to play e5 here, to provoke d5 and then play knight d4, which provokes capturing, and then I capture with pawn. And my point is this knight is nowhere good to go. It almost works, but I'm not quite convinced. You know what looks better, though? Knight a5. Can I get away with knight a5? I think so. He does have knight d5, but my intention there is to take. If queen takes here, then I take there. Rook takes, and I think that transposition benefits me since the pawn on d4 is really weak. Any book recommendations? Yeah, The Amateur's Minds by Jeremy Silman, or How to Reassess Your Chess. The Amateur's Mind is not as advanced as Reassess Your Chess, but you would benefit from both. Also, Silman's complete endgame course. Endgames, man. Endgames, endgames, endgames. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I wouldn't call myself an attacking player. I'm a very aggressive player, but I wouldn't call myself attacking because I am totally satisfied to sit there and play 100 moves in a slightly better endgame, or even an even endgame, just to grind my opponent down. I enjoy that. I just want to win. I almost don't care about how. I'll sit there and grind out a billion move endgame. It's crushing. I think you have to go to c file. Yeah, but then after he goes to the c file, what do I do next? That was the reason I didn't play it. Is knight c4, he goes to c2. What's my next move? Right? That's my thought process. I don't know, rook c7 maybe? But then you play b3 and kick my knight. And what have I done? What have I accomplished? You kick my knight. I go back. And then you play, like, I don't know, any queen move? Queen d3? I guess I take here. Maybe. Just not convinced. I just put the knight here because I feel like here it can just kind of sit for a while. And now I think I have e5. I did not have e5. Well, you win some, you hope so. What you gonna do? One game I'll play a beautiful, aggressive game, one of the best attacking games in my chess career. The next game I'll just blunder a piece. Sometimes chess do be like that. Chess do be like that sometimes. It's okay, winnable. Winnable. Her. Which chess player is your favorite? I'm kind of a Daniil Dubov guy. Dubov, kind of hype. Dubov, kind of nice. What about yourself, Ronnie? You got a favorite? Dubov is one of the most fun players to watch today, in my opinion. Just his theoretical knowledge is astounding. Eh. Why not? Shows them. Hey, welcome, Megapol Disney. Yeah, Dubov plays aggressive too in some of his games. Yep. Plus, I like Dubov's work in the Catalan. It's what inspired me to pick up the Catalan. Very close. But not quite. I like Tall's sacrifices. Ah, man of culture. Tall's a good choice. A very easy choice. Everybody loves Tall, but a very good choice nonetheless. There's a reason he's one of the most popular chess players. He's just a joy. His games are just a joy. Capablanca, also an excellent choice. Beautiful, intuitive style. Also a joy. But for a completely different reason. Everyone likes Tall. Everybody likes Tall. Even when he was alive, everybody liked Tall. He was just one of those guys, you know what I mean? You wouldn't meet somebody who'd be like, oh yeah, Mikhail Tal, overrated. No, that's not how it works. Capablanca was one of the best natural players. Yeah, he was. His endgame knowledge was incredible. I mean, the problem is, right, we're spoiled, you know? When we talk about world champions who are amazing at endgames, the elephant in the room is that we live in the era of Magnus Carlsen. And so the issue is it kind of, I'm not going to say overshadows, but almost overshadows like every other endgame champion. Because it's like, Magnus is so ahead of the field when it comes to endgames that it's like insane. Like, what do you even do? Magnus has access to engines? He does. He does. But still, you look at the way he grinds down super grandmasters in drawn positions. That's what I mean. Like, the people he beats in the position he beats them is insane. Even with engines. That's what in my opinion, that's the most incredible thing about Carlsen, is the sheer, like, human practicality of, I am going to beat this guy. I'm going to grind him into a fine dust. And eventually he will crack. I will never crack. Not for one move in a 1,000 move game I will ever crack but my opponent will crumble. That's what's so amazing about Carlsen. That's like the Carlsen thing. Is that he just doesn't lose, but he just wins. He doesn't crumble under the pressure, but he puts so much pressure on the other person. So Kasparov, Magnus, or Fischer? I'm probably Kasparov currently. However, I'm leaning Magnus, and in 2 years I'll probably be Magnus. Okay. Now it's your job to figure out how to beat me here, Flaton. Is it flat on or is it Flaton like baton? Why so? Because for me, Magnus is just like, he only lacks the long-term dominance that Kasparov had. Mayonnaise? No, he only lacks the long-term dominance that Kasparov had. He doesn't lack the degree of dominance, and he doesn't lack anything else, I think. It's just the sheer duration. And so that just takes a bit of time. Platoon. Oh no, Platon? Wait, is Platon a word? Or do you mean platoon? So it's flatoon. That doesn't sound right. The P's. But Kasparov and Karpov was so much better than everyone else for like what, 15 years? That's my point. So, but Carlsen, look how much. Okay, so Carlsen. Ooh, I don't know if I agree with this transition. Maybe it's still winning. It's still winning, yeah, but I don't know. Rook endgames are always harder. Yeah, it's completely winning, but give me a second. Yeah. So Magnus won the World Chess Championship in 2013. So Magnus has been at the top of the field for 10 years. Like undisputed. There was like one brief period in 2018 where he was slightly out of form, but he was still the best in the world. It just was best in the world by a little versus a lot. Right? So that's the thing. It's been over 10 years. It's going to be over 10 years. So 11 years Magnus by himself without the support of an entire government has been dominating the chess world. Right? How crazy is that? Rating gap was wider? This is true, but Fischer was only around for like 2 years. That's not quite fair. He didn't give anyone time to really, like warm up to his style and try to beat him. He just kind of fizzled. Is that fair? To like everyone else? I don't know. That's my point. That's why I struggle like saying Fischer was the best. Oh man, it's so close. I just barely messed up the theme. I was supposed to let him go one move further, and then I could go for it. Oh, yeah. He was a savage. You gotta hope they pre-move Queen Rook A8. You gotta at least try for the pre-move. Absolutely, but 2 years, that's not enough time to let the rest of the world try and catch up. That's the thing. Fischer came in, had his new thing that he figured out, beat everyone, and then left. He didn't give any time for anyone to catch up or try to do anything. That's the thing. You know, it's like Morphe. Morphe came into the scene with his new style, beat everyone, and then left. I find that less impressive than someone like Fildor or Steinitz or Kasparov or Magnus, where what they're saying is, okay, not only am I coming with the new style, I'm going to teach you the new style and beat you anyway. That's way more impressive to me. Jesus. GG's. Yeah, e5 was just terrible. I mean, I guess I play bishop g7 first, and then I go for e5, and I'm okay. That's my problem with rating Fischer that highly. It's like, okay, yeah, he did that. But he didn't give any time for anything to respond. I don't think that's fair to call him the best in the world when he didn't. It's like a candle lights bright for a few minutes and then fade away. Yeah, but Carlsen's unbeaten streak that he had last year. How many games did Carlsen go unbeaten? It was 100 and... what was it? Against the best competition in the world. $125 games in a row Carlsen went without losing. And he won a ton of those. Carlsen additionally has lost like 2 tie breaks in his entire chess career. Yeah, but not 125 games. Capablanca was 63 games. Carlsen doubled it. Carlsen doubled Capablanca's streak in a era with more strong competition. $125 games. It's ridiculous. You have to think about this. Alekhine came to play against Capablanca, all this stuff that's never seen before. And you're telling me Fabi didn't do that against Carlsen, or Jan, or anyone else. Ross Lima every single game. And the Ross Lima was a challenging opening. July, it went from 2018 to 2020. They had a couple of Sveshnik, but even so, Bobby was clearly the second strongest chess player in the world at the time of his championship match with Carlsen. And again, it's double the length of Capablanca's. It's not even like close. It's literally double. Fabi was and still is insanely strong. Like, people don't talk about it enough because we have Carlsen, and it makes it difficult to talk about anyone else but Carlsen. But, like, Fabi is insane at classical, especially. It's just, again, we have Carlsen, so it's difficult to talk about how strong Fabi is. Fischer was the best. See, that's a philosophical thing. That's the thing. Is the best chess player of all time between Fischer and basically anyone else is a philosophical discussion, right? Now, I would argue, but the thing I would say about Fischer is I would actually put Morphy as best player of all time above Fischer even if we were using that Fischer philosophy. Strongest reigning world champion, what about him? He was longest, but the competition was significantly weaker at the time. And it wasn't longest in terms of, like, games. It was just longest in terms of length, like, duration. And he wasn't as dominant during that period. Was it really strong? Who cares how opponent... If we are doing just gap between them and the competition, Morphy is the biggest. No one else had a gap like Morphy. Morphy simply had a different tier of understanding about how the game of chess worked. It wasn't close. You look at the games Morphy played and the games his opponents were playing, it was a completely different game of chess. It's like if a grandmaster walked into a kindergarten. It's insane. That's the thing about Morphy, is it wasn't like Fischer was at least playing the same game as his opponents. Morphy wasn't even playing the same game. It took them 50 years after he died to figure out what the heck he was doing. Theory was less important back then. Hello, Naba. No, if, like, legit, I would say that Morphy has a better claim to best of all time than Fischer does. I think I have Fischer rated higher than Morphy on my greatest players of all times list, but that's because I have Carlsen first, right? Because my criteria is different. But if we're talking the criteria that puts Fischer first, I think Morphy deserves it more than Fischer does. Because, again, just the gap. If we were talking, it doesn't matter how long the gap was, just how long the gap was at its longest. I don't think Fischer can... Fischer would agree with me. Even Fischer. Don't really remember. Have we talked about democracy? Yeah, we actually talked about nationalism earlier this stream. But we talked about democracy a few times before. Morphy lost some games. Fischer blooded everything. Look, Fischer lost games too. Fischer lost games all the time. That's me, I mean? I don't think so, Naba. I don't think you've been here for any of our democracy discussions. Fischer lost games too. Fischer does have winning streaks, but he also lost a lot of games. 2 serious games before facing Spassky, no? Well, even so, he was only in the chess sphere, the top chess sphere, for like 2 years. That's what he said, at least. Well, I don't trust Fischer's opinion on that. Fischer's opinion on his own chess is reliable. Fischer said a lot of things. That's in the US Chess Championships. He lost 3, but that's US Chess Championship. It is incredible. Again, Fischer was a gap. But if we're doing the criteria that makes Fischer first, I think Fischer's only second. If we're using the criteria that puts Fischer above Carlsen, Fischer's below Morphy. 21 facing everyone. But age doesn't... Why is age relevant? Are we factoring age into this? Discussion with a friend, he stands with a very interesting point. Oh, please do. Tell me, Naba. I'm listening. Yeah, Fischer lost fairly regularly. The thing is, Fischer won almost every match he played, but a match is more than one game, right? So he wouldn't lose matches, but he would lose games. That's the thing. More, I mean, we should. I disagree. We're not talking about the greatest. Are we talking about the greatest talent of all time, or are we talking about the greatest chess player of all time? Even though I just don't feel like playing Magnus. Okay, whatever. That's not relevant. If you put Fischer over Magnus and Kasparov, the order of Magnus and Kasparov, it depends. That one's not clear to me. I'm not even sure I should put Magnus over Kasparov. I think in all the list I have currently, he's under. I think I have Kasparov over Magnus in all my lists that I made up until this point. Should the people who don't work and are able to work but receive some social support in terms of money be able to vote in the country? So here's my opinion on that, Nabo. I actually do have an opinion on this topic. Hey, welcome, Cristiano. Like, look. I know sourced from Reddit, so it's kind of a bro trust me source, but work with me here, Flaton. Oh, absolutely. I completely agree with that, Flat. It's going pretty well. So look at this. Fischer did lose games. The thing is, he didn't lose matches. Fischer didn't lose matches at all, but he lost games. Presidents can be in jail and still be president, so who cares? Yeah, it's terrible. Should the people... Okay, so here's my thing about. Here's my my stance that I've come to on the voting stuff that I'm currently still workshopping, but here's where I am currently. So I think that there are a lot of very interesting and reasonable ideas of limiting who can vote in theory. For example, there's like ideas of like tests that are required to be able to vote. That way, you know, people are a certain level of politically literate. There's like, I've heard it suggested half as a joke that you offer people like $20 to not vote. That way, if people care about $20 more than voting, they don't vote, right? Which is, again, kind of a Kasparov, Carlsen, Fischer, maybe for Karpov. Some days I put Karpov over Fischer, but otherwise I can shake Flaton. I would put Karpov over Fischer, low key, but otherwise I shake. Call that a take. That's one of my hottest takes. Flaton. It seems subjective. Well, yeah, I'm kind of just messing around with it wrong. Imagine if they played. I know, I would have loved to see that match. That's one of the most tragic chess losses, that we never saw Karpov versus Fischer. That would have been glorious. But no. So low key, I put Karpov above Fischer. But that, like, that's one of my hotter takes. Otherwise, I can shake on that list. I could shake. And then I have 5 as Morphy. So for me, it's Kasparov, Carlsen, Karpov, Fischer, Morphy. That's my list. Anyway. So here's the thing. So there's the idea, like I said, of offering $20 for someone not to vote, just so that if you have people who don't care about Capablanca where? Capablanca I have a bit lower. I'd have to look at my list. Capablanca is really strong, but I can't put him above Morphy. I can't. My soul won't allow me. Two things at the same time. ADHD. Okay, so there's the $20 for voting thing, which is basically trying to remove everyone from the voting pool who doesn't care about voting, which is an interesting idea. My issue with that, Max U, I have heard of Max U. He's the only one time? Yeah. So here's my issue. My issue isn't with any of these ideas. I like them a lot, and I think that in theory they actually improve. The money comes from somewhere, taxes, but it doesn't matter. No, again, that was a half joke idea. But my point is, I like a lot of these ideas in theory because I think the idea of trying to cull the voting pool is an interesting one. Here's my issue. My issue is that as soon as you cross the Rubicon and say, okay, we're limiting who can vote, it's done. You're going to cut out everyone who disagrees with you. It's going to happen at some point. It is inevitable. You're going to have some laws that are like maybe racist, maybe maybe xenophobic in some way. There is no universe where you will restrict who can vote and also make it so that you're inclusive enough that you're not restricting people based on arbitrary factors. No way. I don't think it's possible for that to exist for more than 30 seconds. And Capablanca and Morphe be top 3 for sure. I agree with that. I agree. I think it would be Fischer, Morphe, Capablanca in top 3 most talented. For real. I completely agree. I mean, Lasker was also a professor. Lasker has like a bunch of stuff. Lasker was also a professor. Arbitrary factors. What I mean is, like, in the US, how you had to be literate in order to vote, and that existed to keep black people from voting in the South. I mean, that sort of thing. Or you have to know this certain amount of cultural trivia or anything that would prevent people from voting whoever's in power doesn't want to vote, or whoever the majority don't want to vote. Yeah, Lasker was also a philosopher. I'm talking race, I'm talking gender, I'm talking property ownership, like that was a thing in the US, right? That's the thing. I don't think you can make a system that limits who can vote without it immediately being turned into a power game of abusing that and using it to manipulate who's able to vote to serve your own goals. I don't think that's possible. Ability to play chess is a sign of gentleman. Ability to play sign of select. Do you think about thinking about Morphe? I kind of get it. I mean, speaking of Lasker, Lasker was friends with Einstein, and Einstein considered Lasker a supreme waste of talent. Now I'm not sure how much I agree with it, because you could like twist that statement to be about any of the arts as well. And so it's kind of ends up being, okay, what is a wasted life? And that's a really hard thing to define. So I think trying to put a strict definition on what a wasted life is and what is worth and not worth doing, you end up going some very difficult places. In this case, people ever decide whether or not they want to receive that social support. Yeah, but then what happens if the social support is really, really good, or it's very difficult to climb the social ladder otherwise? Because even if you specified earlier, I remember, so people who don't work are able to work. How do you decide who's able and unable to work? Right? That's the issue. Where do mental disorders come into this? Stuff like ADHD or autism. Those are spectrums. How do you decide if those people are able to work or unable to work? Just that dial alone, ignoring anything else being added, which stuff will be added, believe you me. That dial alone can be twisted super, super easily to change who's able to vote. And I don't think it's even theoretically possible that a party in power will not use that dial. I just don't think that's I don't think that's a power that should be given to the government. Because the whole point of a government and of democracy is that the government's check is that they're able to, they are kept in line by the voters. That doesn't work super well, but it's better than nothing. I've self-studied. I'm self-taught. The whole point of democracy is that the government is kept in line by the fact that the voters can kick them out. So if you give the government any degree of control over who the voters are, then you lose the entire strength of democracy as a system. And so in any way you limit who's able to vote, you end up one, like, making that a thing that's able to happen, right, in general, which is already a problematic idea, because then it will be taken further. There will be more laws added. There always are. And two, anything you even make a factor will be able to be twisted to change who can vote and who cannot vote, right? Because, like, what does able to work mean? What that counts as working? In Macedonia, being in college counts as employed, which I think that's kind of dumb, but that's not relevant to the point. The point is that is a thing that exists. Play some tournaments then? Oh, I play tournaments all the time. Whenever I have the chance. I love over the board chess. I love it more than online. I'm also the coach of my local chess club. So that's the thing. I love that idea in theory, Nabo, but I don't. Not only can I not find, I'm not sure that it's possible to create a system where it will not be abused. Tournaments in 8 years? mean, you don't have to. It's your choice, right? I enjoy the tournament because I enjoy the social aspect of chess as well. I've met some really cool people, you know? I have one in Jerry. Hey, that's super cool, man. Congrats. Because what happens, Nabo, if again, it's super difficult. So I like the idea, and I think it's a good idea that in theory works super well. But I think there are too many issues with implementing something like that practically for it to make sense. The argument is that those cases are very few and more beneficial for the other working people who vote, so it's better choice logically. No, but the cases are few until they're not, until we start twisting the dials. I enjoyed watching the game for a long time. That makes sense. Now, I'm kind of curious as to why as well. I second Ronnie's question. Of course, if you're comfortable talking about it. Yeah, but there are a few at the start until you start adding things or turning the dial. Then it's like, okay, but what if you can't work? Because it's always going to be pushed in that direction. Whoever's in power is always going to push what they have, the power they have, to the furthest they possibly can. And so you really have to be careful what you cage and what you don't cage. Because then what you say, okay, when is retirement age? You know? How do you define employed? That means private entities are going to have to be responsible for saying whether someone's employed. What's stopping me from going to a store up the street and saying, hey, I want to vote. Employ me for a month. I'll pay you all the money back, plus a little extra. Just tell the government I'm employed, yeah? Or what if I can't find a job? What if I'm between jobs? I have to keep my job for the voting segment. There's so many theoretical problems. You just don't have to take the Social Security, but then you're also making it so that people who are struggling financially for any reason, one way or another, are basically, it's the same problem with paying people to not vote, is you end up really making it worse for people who are poor. Because if you're thinking about it, if I'm rich and can't work, then my parents can just pay for me to not have social benefits and I can vote. But if I'm poor and I can't work, then I have to take the social benefit and I can't vote. Or I can work, but government legally says I can't work. So the edge cases will still lean it in one direction or another, which is very dangerous. I was a kid when I lost, got upset. I hate losing still. I'm not a kid now, so. Okay, that's excellent. It's a good reason. I had no competition in school for a long time when I finally lost, so when I got sad. You know what? That makes a lot of sense, Flaton. I know some people like that. You know, sometimes you need a little time to mature. Totally respectable. Nothing wrong with that. Again, but limiting who's able to vote is a can of worms you don't want to open. It's a Pandora's box, if you will. And I don't think it's a Pandora's box you want to open. You can, but what do you do for a living? I heard playing chess don't earn too much. It doesn't. Well, for now, I'm in college. And so, as well, I basically, I still live with my parents, and I help tutor my little brothers. So I'm, for all intents and purposes, unemployed while going through college. Super aggressive, then Black played Wing Gambit and lost. The Wing Gambit's good, but you just have to know what you're doing. I'm gonna keep this one move in my pocket. Yeah, that's how I felt when I started playing chess as well. When I played the Canal. The Canal's fine. In our discussion, we also got to the conclusion in theory, yeah, but practice not possible. Yep, that's my opinion on it. I love it in theory. I think it's excellent in theory, but I don't think it works in practice. I don't think it's possible in practice. And that's the problem, is there's a lot of things, the politics and economics and all those human sciences are full of examples of things that are theoretically amazing if you could implement them, but are impossible to implement, which is tragic. Thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. Because for EU country being non-democratic is not a choice. Yeah. Well, I mean, that makes it impossible as well. But again, I think it will inevitably... Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I think it will inevitably decay. I think it's unavoidable that it will decay. And so you're just adding another part of the government that will get worse over time. Because I cannot think of a universe where government is voted into power which has anything that benefits people with what's the proper term? Mental illness, mental disorder, I don't know what the term is. With any of those mental health struggles, because they have policies that benefit those people, and then not trying to twist the dial to make more of those people vote. Or the opposite, where a party is gone into power that is not liked by those groups, and then twist the dial in the other direction. Yeah, like there's no universe where that's not the first thing they do once they get in office. There's no universe. Again, I love it in theory. I think in theory it's a really interesting idea that could have a lot of societal benefits. But in practice, it's just another way. It's just a way for a government to bypass the primary check. Because in a democracy, the primary check is that if the government starts doing something that people don't like, they vote them out. But it's just, What if you say, like, okay, this is going to be a very controversial sounding example, but let me cook. What if you say that there is a ethnicity in your country that has been disadvantaged for a long time, and so you say, okay, well, anyone of that ethnicity who can't find a job, they can't find a job because of that ethnicity, and so they, of course, would be able to go on unemployment without them having their choice because they're of that ethnicity which has been discriminated against. So now everyone of that ethnicity gets to have unemployment but also vote. It's pretty good. Not worth the effort. I disagree with that. I think democracy is a disaster, but it's the best disaster we have. I just played the worst move in chess career. Oh, show it. Send us the game. Send us the game. We need to see this. I disagree. I think democracy is an absolute disaster. Since the ancient Greek times, we've known it was a disaster, but I just don't think we found anything better yet. Playing right now? Ah, okay. Got it. So I think that ethnicity one is a good example. Best disaster we have? Oh yeah, no. In that case, I completely agree. And I'm not against fiddling with it, but I just think that one, like we've seen historically where that goes, you know? And I don't think it's a good place. Again, my mind immediately goes to the all the laws preventing black people from voting in the southern United States post Civil War. None of those, but like everything is relative. Oh yeah, of course, it's super difficult. It's almost as much an art as a science. That's why it's so difficult to like make any quantitative like judgments about all this sort of stuff. That's why it's so interesting to talk about. but it's also hard to talk about because it's such an important issue. But if you to talk about it, you need to be able to separate yourself from it somewhat, which makes it super difficult. Because if you can't, it's so hard to have a conversation. And it's no one's particular fault. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. You know what I mean? I mean, like, just from a theoretical perspective, democracy's got a major hole, which is, hey, 51% of the people can team up and decide to take everything from the 49. You know what I mean? Like, that's a very, like, it's a very clear. We didn't play anyone? Oh, I forgot. Homies I've already played a million times. I'm skipping him. Mega Potenzi, I can play. I got cut off talking about democracy. Is people being brain dead? Oh yeah, for sure. But that's not a flaw in democracy. That's another funny thing about all of this. We have all these discussions, but almost any political system will work if you have good people. You know what I mean? It's why the joke of communism works if everybody knows everybody is almost not a joke, right? Almost any system will work if you just have good people behind it. Technically, it doesn't work like that. I know. But you can always find that sort of flaw, like that direction. It's not it's not exactly that. That's a bit of an oversimplification. More than a bit. It's very much an oversimplification, but. And we have preventative measures and all this magic, but I'm just saying, like, it's not a perfect system, and there are obvious holes in it. People were good. Play the Catalan? Yes, I love the Catalan. Yep. That's the other obvious point, is that most people are not going to be specifically educated about politics. Not because they're stupid, not because they're unable to, just because they're educated about other things. And so you're basically hoping that you'll magically find the best person through randomness. And that has the very predictable issue of, well, I mean, people aren't amazing at figuring out who's a good leader. Because then you end up with the problem that charisma will basically sweep. Because people are bad at finding out who a better leader would be, other than guessing based off charisma. Again, by people, I also include myself in this. This is not a sheeple or dumb pick me. This is a humans are bad at this. Just want to point that out. I feel like it's an important distinction that isn't made often enough. What does that even mean? What he's trying to say, Flaton, not Flaton. What Flaton's trying to say, Cristiano, is he's trying to say people's perception or what people think or who people think the best leader is often isn't the best leader. It's just the person who seems like the best leader for whatever reason. And that leads to a lot of problems when you're trying to make a government. Hello, Wonder King. What do you think about direct democracy? Terrible idea. Would you end the stream for $1 million Nako bucks? Yeah. Especially since I'm only like 5 minutes from when I normally end it. I'm playing this guy, and then I'm playing Cristiano, and then I'm ending stream. So. I like a lot what the United States was like built to start with, which was that whole kind of representative democracy republic sort of thing that they were going with, where the idea is that people only vote for the people who are one tier above them. So you live in a city, you vote for the city people vote for the state people vote for the federal people, right? And so you as an individual shouldn't be involved with the voting for the federal government because that doesn't involve you. That's not how you work. That's not something that should be relevant to you as a person. I like that system in theory, but the problem is exactly what Wonder King just said. The problem is like literally what Wonder King just said. Amazing timing. People aren't very bad. I think it was an inherent flaw. I think it was one of the biggest, not the biggest, because obviously slavery is the biggest, but I think it was one of the biggest flaws in the US's system from the start, is that it kind of assumed people were chill with not having a figurehead, which just isn't true. It just like very much isn't true. People want a person who is in charge and who is, again, not even, maybe not even like the full leader, maybe not even that much power, but just is a figurehead at least. That's just a thing people like to have. They can be from the same party. What do you mean? And so the U.S. government was kind of built around the fact that the president didn't have that much power, but then it kind of, over time, we've given the president more and more power because it's like, oh, he's the guy in charge of the country, which was never the point. Congress. Oh, no checks, no balances. Yeah. Again, so I like a lot of what the U.S. system was going for, but I feel like they really flubbed the execution. Should democracy is better then? No. I still like the representative system. I just think it was implemented poorly. Plus, slavery is such an obvious contradiction to democracy as an idea that the fact it got past anything is completely insane and kind of proves that we'll never design a good system. It's like so clearly in contrast to the idea of democracy and freedom. Still be allied? I know, but it's harder and it's easier to be educated because here's the thing. If you're a citizen of the US, it's super hard to be aware of everything that's happening in every other state and the federal government. It's way easier to be educated about things that are happening in your local government and then leave the state government stuff to your state representative. So it doesn't solve the problem, but it improves the problem of people not being able to be fully up to date on everything that's happening, which is part of the problem is education. So it improves the education situation. Because if I only have to know what's going on in my city's government, maybe state if you want to get spicy, then that massively simplifies things for me as a voter. It's not a perfect solution, but it's a solution I like. Well, because I would argue the Constitution has a lot of flaws, and frankly, we as people in the US don't really want the Constitution anymore, and so a lot of stuff that is clearly non-constitutional is being let through because we've decided as a society we don't want what the Constitution offers, which is fine. That's like how society works. But there are a lot of things in the US, like income tax. The income tax is non-constitutional. Clearly against the Constitution. They changed the Constitution not that long after the US was founded to add income tax because it's like not a thing that exists as a concept in the Constitution. Look this up. It's clearly against the Constitution. Federal income tax, clearly non-constitutional. Now, it's fine. We decided that that's worth having, and so we implemented it. Fine, whatever. But like, so it really depends. Well, yeah, but my point still stands. You don't do neighborhood voting. I mean, you could do that too, but city voting is where you would start theoretically. It does depend, but it's an interesting way of going about it. That's my point. I don't think it's perfect. I'm not even 100% sure that's better, but I like it as an idea. But yeah, income tax, very clearly and openly non-constitutional. in parliament elections. Yeah, I know. But the idea is that you don't have people vote in the parliament elections. You have only the representatives vote, because they're the ones whose job it is to stay up to date on the happenings in whatever federal equivalent you have in your country. That's the idea. Taxes come and take everything? Yeah. But again, federal income tax is clearly and strictly anti-constitutional. But we've just decided, okay, this is a thing to worth having because it's a way to make it so that people who earn more or pay more taxes, whatever, it's fine. Doesn't seem 700? I don't think so either, but I played him before and he wasn't 700 before. I think he just doesn't play this time control very much. I think one of the problems with discussing democracy is it becomes really easy to say, oh, I know better than these sheeple, and then try to design a system that no one agrees to. And at that point, you've kind of defeated the purpose of even discussing democracy, you know what I mean? And that's very easy to do. Yeah, I lost some time. So close. Yeah, but I think it does help because it's easier. Again, how am I supposed to, as a citizen of North Macedonia or the United States, how am I supposed to care about and root out corruption in every single government agency? There's thousands of people involved, tens of thousands of people involved. How am I supposed to do that? But if I'm just focusing on the local part, then the idea is it'll trickle upwards, right? If I focus on getting people in power in my local area who remove corruption, then if we all do that, then our representatives will do it for the tier above, right? And so we don't have to know everybody in the federal government who's in Congress, right? Because it's impossible. Need to be passed. It happens a lot more efficiently when there are checks and balances on the government. Oh yeah, but do we want laws to be passed efficiently? Which is a dumb sounding question, but a legitimate one. Do we necessarily want laws to be passed efficiently? Laws that benefit, yes, but you can't you can't put that in. You can't say if this law is good, pass it quickly, right? That's the problem. that's the issue. If you could put that in writing and then just do that, it would solve every problem immediately. Can we go in practice? You don't think what? I think it. Why not? You have a Discord server? Yes, I do. Wait, did my button not work? Okay, my Discord button. I'm supposed to have a button which I press that just pops up that command, but evidently it doesn't work. Evidently I broke it at some point. Yeah, I could just take on F7 literally. Okay. It was a time scramble towards the end. Well, you played the opening fine. It was a fairly normal position. Trading off this bishop seems suspicious because your knights are just kind of worse than my bishop and knight, especially with a knight here. This is a very powerful piece, especially after play like a4. This is suddenly super strong. So you're letting me get this amazing knight with kind of no consequences. Meanwhile, you could just keep the bishop here, put some pressure on this. I play a4. And this bishop is stronger than this knight, because that's what you're doing in this position. You're trading this bishop for this knight. It's a whole different thing. Voting logically is about different things, different necessities. Oh yeah, for sure. But my point is, the education problem is compounded and made much worse by the fact that you have to know so much. If you reduce the amount that individuals have to learn, then in theory you can improve the system by making it easier for them to make educated voting decisions. Hello, 9p. Trade the bishop for the knight. You would trade this bishop for this knight, which also opens my rook. Okay, wait, I'm checking my Discord server now. Gaming Flaton. Okay, if you had elo go down, then you refuse to play more because you don't want it to go down more. Yeah, I do that all the time. Okay, let me play against you, my good Sir Cristiano. What's your chess.com name, Cristiano? I forgot. I'll accept that. Just keep in mind I play terrible during daily games. Oh wait, why did I take that? Rook E1's my first move. Okay. So what is it? If I was so focused, I forgot. It's already 11:07, and I still have one game to go, so not this time. I'm sorry, Wonder King. I can't send you a challenge. Can you send me one, Cristiano? Do you play E4? I used to. I just don't really anymore because I don't like some of the positions that come out of it. Ability phone, giving it to other people we vote for is well, it's just a republic with extra steps. And you're not removing anybody's ability to vote. That's what we have in the US. People forget that's literally what the US is. We just have squished it because everybody wants to vote for the federal government. Technically, it's the Electoral College in the US, which is the same thing. Better score D4. I just hate Benko Gambit. Benoni, Benko Gambit. Well, learn something against the Benoni. It's not that bad once you get used to it. As for the Benko, I mean, you could play some stuff to avoid it, but it shouldn't be that scary. It's just too complicated. I want to chill. Then play C4. 10 minutes actually win because look at our score. You play Blitz and Bullet. You trash up Blitz, no offense. None taken. I am. Then play C4. Play the English. English is way more chill than D4. Especially if you want to just play like symmetrical English and you can just vibe. Knight F3, move 1, transpose into the English. Boom. And you vibe. Then is that supposed to be an is, or is that a statement? Is that a question or a statement on Wonder King? Since I played D4 my whole life, it's hard to change. Fair enough. Did you finish your exams? I finished some of them. I have some after the New Year's, and I failed one of them, which I'm not too happy about. Statement? Okay, I disagree. Math does actually benefit you in your everyday life. It's just hard to teach and not explain why it does. Plus, I would say science is important and scientific literacy is important. We don't want everyone becoming anti-vaxxers now, do we? Okay, first, let's get rid of your Dark Squared Bishop. Solves like 80% of my positional problems. Boom. Don't understand it? I mean, as a math nerd, I disagree. Well, I'm not saying like trig. I'm saying like understanding addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Just understanding the basic, like the very fundamental, how does it function? I'll take with knight. About what, Lucas? That might have been a mistake. Yeah, I think I'm playing this wrong. No, about math, you might be right. That's the thing. My mom really struggles with math, which isn't her fault. Yeah. But here's the thing. Yeah, no one ever does, Lucas. You just move on. It's like the Lasker quote. When asked how you measure a chess player's strength, his answer was by the strength of their next move. And I think that's the only way to go about it. See ya, Potesny. What is language arts? English, effectively. Bit of an oversimplification, but basically English class. My opponents have to move 5 or something. What's better, chess.com or Lichess? Well, it depends what you're looking for, Wonder King. They're both competitors with all which offer advantages and disadvantages compared to one another. Like literature? Yeah. But also teaching creative writing and also learning about different writers of times past. Elo inflated, but why does it matter if it's Elo inflated, Platon? Like, real talk. I just checkmated myself. Nice. Why does it matter if it's Elo inflated? History, I think, is very important. That's a very good point, Wonder. I forgot about history completely. Why is Elo inflated an issue? Why does it matter? If anything, it's almost better because it encourages people not to compare their Elo from one category to another. You're not focused? I'm never focused this late. It's 11 p.m. I can't play chess at 11 p.m. Take it as a win. Beat me. We're playing unrated for a reason. I play unrated so that this is fine. The Lichess inflated, I don't like Lichess being, Elo's being inflated, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. Because here's the thing. You shouldn't compare Elo from two different rating pools, no matter what. Even if they're close. Even if they use the same system, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't, because that's not how the Elo system works. The Elo system is your measurement of your relative strength within a rating pool. It does not apply to any other rating pool. So when we compare chess.com Elos to FIDE Elos, we give approximates, we give approximates, but it's not comparable. It's like saying, I don't even know how to express it. What's more, 5 or 7 bananas? Okay, but one's the number 5, the other's 7 bananas. That you can't compute it. 5 what? You know? How to get out of my rating range? Practice. Because I remember 7 billion battles. But that's not the good part of history. That's not the useful part of history, though, Wonder King. History should be a useful class, but in its current situation, it isn't. If you ask me why, I think it's because of standardized tests. I hate standardized tests with all of my heart and soul. So tired of it? Yeah. Yeah, but I got triggered when 1800 playing Lichess plays like 1200 chess.com. It plays boring games. I don't know how much it takes to get 2200. But why do you get triggered? They're two different Elos. They're two different rating pools. They are not comparable. You need to break that connection in your mind. They are not comparable. They have nothing to do with each other. They are completely separate. It's like comparing someone's ring finger size to their chess.com rating. Like, why would you even think about comparing the size of their ring finger to their chess.com Elo? It doesn't make sense. That's what you have to think about it. They're two different rating pools. People get confused about this because they don't understand how the Elo system works. Which makes sense. It's nobody's explaining how the Elo system works. I was chatting with the 2200 FIDE at a recent tournament, right? And we were chatting. He was asking me, he was doing something for a school project, and he was asking me what I thought about a school project that he could do for his math class that's something to do with chess. And I said, ooh, the Elo system's super fascinating. He's like, is it? And I said yes, and I gave him the basic rundown of how it works. He had never heard of this stuff before. As like a 2200 FIDE, right? Because no one teaches this stuff. Education. The Elo system is specific for its pool. Outside of a pool, it's completely useless. It's irrelevant. It has no connection to anything else. Like, my problem is that people play weird moves, but I don't know how to attack weaknesses. We have to know why the weakness is weak. I would say learning languages is something a lot of people overlook and is really beneficial. Of course, it's done poorly, but it's currently based. But any language classes in high school don't do anything. Is it possible for an untitled player to be a titled player? I have beaten 2 titled players, so yes. One in over the board classical, another in over the board rapid. It's like beating anyone else. It's like saying, can I beat someone rated 300 elo, 400 elo, 500 elo, 600 elo higher rated than me? Yes, of course you can. It's just increasingly unlikely. I'm not good enough to be titled Wonder. I'm just simply not. On my best day, I play like a 2,000 FIDE. I need to be literally 3 times better than I currently am to get a title. More than that, even. Done properly? Yeah, I agree with you. I was elaborating on your point, not disagreeing. I completely agree, Nabo. One of the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Interesting and beneficial things I've learned since moving is having to learn a second language. It's beautiful. I'll have a title before 2025, based. 2000chess.com, like 2400chess.com, don't have a title, you're just below titled. I am a solid 300 elo below titled. That is not just below titled. You have to remember, title is over the board classical, not rapid. There are some people who are much stronger over the board classical than they are at rapid because they play more over the board classical and they're not as interested in online rapid. Because there are skills for online rapid that aren't as transferable to over the board classical. Openings are more important online. Mouse skills are more important online, that sort of thing. On my best day, I play like a 2,000 FIDE. The weakest title you can get is, I think, CM at 2,200. So 200 elo FIDE below, but CM is barely a title. So, on my best day, I play 200 elo below titled players. On my average day, I play 400 below. Which, remember, rating is about average, not about your best. So on average, I'm 400 below, which means realistically, I need to be 10 times better to be rated, to be a titled. Just for language learning. You know what? That's kind of base, Nabo. I'm learning a second and I want to learn Greek, but I just haven't had time. I've started it, but I don't know that much. See Max lose many games because of the mouse slip. That's what I mean. It's a different skill set. Not a completely different skill set, a related skill set, but not exactly the same. Best would be a GM. Exactly my point, Cristiano. Exactly my point. Elo is a measurement of average. Again, Elo is the bell curve of your playing strength and what the middle of it is. You can obviously play better, but as you play better, it gets less likely, and that's the whole point. You can play 400 Elo stronger than you are. It's just a 10 to 1 chance that you will. Personality quiz? Yeah, I've taken it, I believe. It's been a while, but I could take it again. I'll do it again right here. And then I'll go to bed. Currently learning my 4th and 5th languages. Yeah, I think I'm going to be happy with 3. So English, Macedonian, and then Greek, and then I'll be done. And I think that'll be enough. Which side would you rather play in the following position? Black to move. Let me switch to my other overlay for this. Learning Russian currently? Based. I'm learning Russian as well, but it's not by my choice. Which side would you rather play in the following position? Black to move. Okay, white's down a piece. But there's a lot of active play. Ooh, that's hard. Honestly, I wish there were an option for I'd be happy with both sides. Legit, I think I would be happy playing either side in this position. Because I have something to fight for. Yeah, but I'd rather have 2. I think 2 is the sweet spot. Wouldn't want to play with either. Yeah, clearly you're a much more rational chess player than I am. White's down a piece, though. So White's comfy in the sense that he's got a very nice position, but he's down a piece for a pawn. I would say White. I like the activity. It's close, but I would say White. And when you play in tournaments, you usually score either consistent results or often perform either really well or really poorly. I'm very inconsistent. Again, high elo is about consistency, especially as you get really high. Low elos, it's about, knowing when your opponent blunders their queen. But as you get higher, it becomes about consistency. Take the quiz. Do it. Black has given up the critically important square. Black has allowed potential counterplay, the bishop pair, and the f5 pawn break. I play these positions a lot, and I much rather have the square. Bring my best game physical opponents dislike. I don't really notice my opponent. I try not to notice my opponent. Yeah, I try not to notice my opponent. My first instinct. With the rook on c3. My first instinct is probably to retreat, but I would calculate capturing. It's weird. It's hard. This one's hard. No, yeah, I should be playing on the queen side. Yeah, no, I would rather retreat. Do you play gambits? I play that gambit line in the dragon. I play the Catalan, which is just one big gambit. I would say... Do I play gambits, chat? I play the Catalan, which is basically one big gambit, and I play that gambit line deep into the dragon. But I don't play any, like, standard gambits. I play the more goofy, deep, positional gambits. I would say no. Is the Catalan a gambit? It's like, but is it? Because oftentimes you just leave the pawn there. You don't take the pawn back in some lines. I know the Queen's Gambit's different because you always get the pawn back at some point. The Catalan, you don't always get the pawn back. Sometimes you do actually give it up. That's the difference between the Catalan and the Queen's Gambit. In the Catalan, sometimes you actually just let him keep the pawn and just say, keep the pawn. I don't need it. Look at my bishop. It's just a positional gambit. And there are a number of lines where black can go for it. It's just not the only way of playing it. So I play positional gambits. I just don't play attack gambits. So I want to say no because I think it means attack gambits, but I do play positional gambits. A placement of the pieces, without a doubt. I'm most likely to miss a tactic, without a doubt. White should trade bishops and put a strong knight in d4, which will prevent any counterplay from black, or doubling rooks on the c file by defending c2. Okay, take the bishop and plant a knight on d4. Okay, that's one option. The other option is white should push d4, temporarily misplacing black's for bishop, and then start an attack on the king side f5, where the black king sits alone. Do it. So the attack looks decent. Looks quite strong, actually. Both look beautiful. But I would probably rather take the bishop and play knight d4. Just because, in that position, I feel like black can't move. His light squared bishop is the worst piece on the board. And my dark squared bishop is kind of bad as well. And so if I trade off my dark squared bishop for his dark squared bishop, I end up with two knights versus knight and bishop, where his bishop is the most depressed piece to ever exist, and I'm the only one who can ever play a game of chess. And I get to spend 80 moves doing whatever I want, which I love doing that. You started the game out with d4. Would you rather play d5 or f5? d5. Pawn ahead. I keep pushing for the win. Not even close. It's always a joy to prepare someone who crushes you. The odds of winning are slightly higher against opponents one is previously beaten. This one. Playing time clock, what would you do in this position? Trade on e6 and play rook d7 because the endgame is good for white, or redirect the knight to c3 and preserve the better minor piece. So a4 to c3, or take in rook d7. I would take in rook d7. Because rook on the 7th rank is so strong. So strong. Chess 99% tactics. I disagree. The tactics come out of positional play. How do you feel like wild gambit line for black, white to move? No way. Am I trying to lose? After losing game, have you broken something and yelled out loud? I have yelled. I spilled a coffee once. I want to say yes. Why is it playing castle? Queenside or kingside? Queenside. I want dynamics. Yeah, based. Which is closer to the truth? I get excited or nervous before a game, or I don't worry about prizes, money, titles, or honors while playing. I do get super nervous. I get stomach aches at every single chess tournament I play at. That might be TMI, but how would you come up with a plan in this position is white? Consider strengths, weaknesses, and max position, decide when pieces feel best, calculate some lines. Strengths and weaknesses and pieces. Give me positional. Identifying advantages and building a plan, or trade good position for a strong attack. I would probably say trade a good position for a strong attack. I have a lot of problem with that in the Catalan. I'm the mad scientist. Attacking, solid, intuitive, emotional. Mad scientists believe in justice and principles and use passion and calculating ability to prove their beliefs. The mad scientist is capable of carrying out brilliant attacks, but will only do so when the belief is the right way. He won't normally play speculatively. More often than not, the mad scientist is the one facing an attack, and he is willing to do that if he believes the attack is not objectively correct. Mad scientists are also experimenters, trying different ways to expand the horizons in chess. Albania. It's not the Albanian flag. I could see it. I could see it. I feel like I'm either a mad scientist or positional, aggressive, intuitive, emotional, which was positional, aggressive, intuitive, emotional, positional, aggressive, intuitive, emotional. Which I'm either an anaconda. Nah, I think mad scientist is more fitting. Nah, I kind of agree, low-key. I low-key agree. Chat here, amazing. And I still remember. Low-key, I kind of agree. I think Lasker's positional aggressive, no? He's more so positional solid, is he not? I would say, yeah, positional aggressive. Yeah, no, maybe. Yeah, but it's the calculating and calm that makes him feel solid. He is aggressive. No, you're right. You're right. But he's calculating and calm. I am not calculating and calm, not in the slightest. That's why this is fitting, because, but I'm not calculating either. I'm intuitive. Okay, so wait, hold on a second. So it'll be positional, solid, intuitive, emotional. Positional, solid, intuitive, emotional. So that'd be the genius. That's very, that's humble. I'm very humble as well, so it works. But I do, maybe. See, I wouldn't say I'm a calculator. I'd say I'm an intuit, but that's the problem. I would swap Steinitz and, I don't know. You got better in the year I wasn't here? Well, I'm 2120 currently. I've hit 2200, but I think I've gotten better in the year in that case. I wasn't 2100 last time you were here, was I? Morgan. Yeah, but I'm not really a calculator. The closer to Steinitz? Yeah, but was Steinitz a calculator, or was he an intuit? 1v1 me, fella? I can't. I'm going to bed. I'm already late. I'm 30 minutes late. Normally I would, Negan. But I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I've stayed up too long as is. Normally I'd be all over that. But... Nightman. Who do we raid? I think we raid Thinker Teacher again. Just to keep up the learning atmosphere. This Thinker Teacher's got some stuff. I know. My pronunciation was perfect. Perfect. Anywho, have a great night, y'all. See ya on Saturday. Raid went through.